That's my favorite chef. Yeah, I know that feeling. I may have forgot to charge this last night. 60%.
So we're kind of winging this today.
Yeah.
But we all know what we're talking about.
I think the thing is we do know what we're talking about, and just be casual and don't overpromise.
This is going to be this is a jam session, not a concert, right? Yes.
Annie, is it okay, like, when I go through my sections that I'm bringing some of the questions?
What's your instrument, Paige?
You asked?
Drums.
Oh yeah, very cool.
I think that could be useful.
Very cool.
Not just drums.
Did a couple rapid tests in the last few days. Both.
Negative, yeah. So,
Yeah, she did the same.
yeah.
No worries. You took a video of that last night on your
I have
phone?
to send it to you.
Yeah, flip me that when it's
Well, I mean,
convenient.
Carrie also.
Hi,
visited
Sarah.
and
Hi,
did a good
Deanna.
Of
Thanks for
course.
joining us. We'll get going in just a few seconds or minutes. Just waiting for
Hi,
people to
thanks.
get settled in here. And feel free to turn on your cameras and say hello if you're awake.
So Canadian.
So no break. Slide break.
Barely awake, but here and happy to be here nonetheless.
Thing in the day. When's the
I think
break?
everyone's in the same boat here. It was a long day yesterday.
Yeah, no kidding.
You get a sense of what it looks like.
But deliciously full. So
Exactly.
Hey, that's actually really nice shot, and the lighting is really good. That's fun.
Okay, Sarah, no worries.
Well, share it however
We hear
like,
you.
when you like. Alrighty.
All right, Jason, you'll give me the cue when you guys are ready over there.
Yeah, I will give it a cue when Annie gives me the.
And just please turn on your mic so I can hear.
So we don't have
Mic's
Karis
on.
in
Excellent.
anyone? And so okay, that's all.
Doing ingredients and preparation.
All right. And they've got our PowerPoint here.
Yeah, and the mics are working.
All right. Wonderful. Okay, so I guess officially we'll say welcome in everyone. Bonjour tout le monde and welcome in person or via Zoom to this morning's workshop, Rights Management Cooking Class. Probably the best title ever. I don't know, you tell me. This is day one, session one of the SpokenWeb Sound Institute 2022. So thanks for joining us live here at Concordia University's For Space, which is located on unceded Indigenous lands in Tiohtià:ke, Montreal. At For Space, we work to connect people to the many initiatives, research projects, and dialogues that are happening across Concordia University and with our partners and colleagues beyond Concordia's walls, of course. So we are excited to connect with SSI for this series of workshops, working sessions, and planning meetings. I will hand it over to our facilitators in a minute. Before doing so, I'll just remind you that we are running this as a meeting over Zoom. So if you're in that space with us, we invite you to engage as you would in a regular meeting, popping in with your video, raising a hand, or putting comments into the chat. Those of you in the space, you'll be asked to shift your chairs around and make yourselves comfortable and break out into small groups. I'll leave it to the facilitators to explain. But once again, if you'd like to kind of make some comments for people on Zoom to hear, we'll be sure to get a mic to you. Okay, I'm passing it over to you now, Jason. Good morning. Or Annie, I'm not sure who I'm passing it to.
I'll take it first. Thank
Okay.
you, Anna. Thank you, Anna. So I first want to say thank you so much to Fourth Space for all of their help, technical work, amazing assistance with absolutely everything over the past 2 days. We just completed a 2-day public-facing symposium, and we're transitioning now into the SpokenWeb Institute, which is a series of workshops and planning meetings that are really more addressed to and involving the members of the SpokenWeb network. So if you happen to come upon this channel from outside, you're more than welcome to listen in, but we're focusing on particular kinds of collaborative research questions that pertain to the work that we're doing in our research network. Hi Deanna, hi Sarah, thanks for joining us. And these sessions are going to be, far less formal than the conference was, because we're really trying to get things done. So this first session is going to be led by the Rights Management Task Force, the director of which is Annie Murray, and I'm going to turn things over to Annie.
Hi, thanks, Jason. Good morning, everyone. The deck is stacked against us because you all went out last night and we're talking about copyright in the morning. So thanks for coming. You're real heroes, and Christmas cards forever for all of you. There's a handout that you're welcome to draw in as we go along. We wanted to make this like a cooking class. So this is how you cook up a rights management plan. The idea in making a rights management plan is to think through various questions that are related to how to lawfully and ethically provide access to sound recordings in your care. Rights management is often a very time-consuming part of delivering a digital collection, but it's how we show proper stewardship of digital assets and that we have built and want to, and it's how we steward relationships we've built and want to build with communities of poets, performers, recordists, and other stakeholders involved in capturing sound recordings of literary events or moments. These moments can be spontaneous and homemade or professionally recorded as part of formal events. So assuming some of you are working around particular collections, much of the careful work that many of you have done will help the rights management strategy for your project. Careful examination and listening to recordings is how we understand what we are dealing with and how we can use that information to understand if we need permissions to make the recordings available and who we might need to ask. So today we stand here as chefs in our busy SpokenWeb kitchen, ready to give you a little cooking class on making a rights management plan. We'll guide you through the important steps of cooking, your ingredients, your equipment and tools, your prep, your cooking, and your serving. So I'm just going to start a few slides. Okay. Hi, Ian.
Annie, while we're waiting for the slides, what if I've only ever made Kraft dinner in my life?
No problem. I'll teach you.
We'll teach you how to add tuna.
All right, so we are me, Annie, there's Jason, Mike O'Driscoll, and Paige Hohmann. Karis Shearer is with us in spirit. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. This is me when I was a kid. When I was, so confused. Okay, so when I was a lot younger, I dreamed of going to chef school. I always liked cooking and especially baking. I was really cool when I was young, and I spent a lot of time in my school library, wandering around and hiding in the stacks. One day, I found a binder with the names and programs of various job training programs and schools in BC. I got very excited and photocopied a page about a private French culinary school in Vancouver. I decided if university didn't pan out, I would give culinary school a go. So after 2 years of undergrad, I quit the rowing team at UVic and I decided to become a chef. I would give culinary school a go. So I first worked in a fine dining restaurant, the Moraine Lake Lodge near Lake Louise, Alberta. And then I enrolled in chef school to see if that was the path for me. So obviously it wasn't my long-term path because here I am, a librarian. But when I worked in fine dining and went to culinary school, that's how I learned a lot about working and planning and project management. So if you see the first picture of me, I am someone who has no plan. I have a big leaky jug of chocolate mousse. My apron is under my chef white jacket. The jacket is super dirty. I just look clueless but happy. And Chef Michael, the executive chef who I was working for, shortly after that picture was taken, he's like, you know, chefs aren't supposed to get dirty, right? And I was like, oh, okay. So that was a learning experience in that fine dining restaurant. I worked with 10 men. I was the only woman, and I was 20 years old. So then I went to chef school, and that's the second picture you see. And you can see I look much more focused and sharp and semi-professional. And the challenge we were doing in that picture there is we had to build a structure out of tuile dough, which is a kind of a cookie dough. It's very light and crunchy. And we had to build a structure, and it was our kitchen. I was in Chef Jay's kitchen, and upstairs was Chef Jeanette's class. And it was a contest, and we couldn't know what they were making, and they couldn't know what we were making. So I was like, let's make a house of cards that's like the game Clue, but the murder mystery is all about us at cooking school. So I directed the building of this cookie house of cards, and I thought, who could possibly top this? Like, we're gonna win. And then Chef Jeanette's class rolled in the Taj Mahal, and it had a dome and a curvature, and we were like, we're dead. But that's the kind of fun stuff you get up to at chef school. But why is this important, and is it at all germane to rights management? What I learned in these kinds of environments was how to plan a series of complex tasks, how to sequence those tasks, and how to work with other people to make sure desired outcomes are achieved. In a typical shift as a line cook or a pastry cook, you start with your ingredients, you assess the levels of food you have already prepared, and you plan out the things you want to make each day. You find out what the specials are, which means what is on the verge of rotting, if anything big is happening, and what needs to be prepped. You learn to think about what steps make the most sense to take and in what order. For instance, if you need to chill some dough or pastry, better do that first. If you know the sous chef will need the oven for the dinner dishes, you better get your baking done before the sous chef comes in. You learn how not to make too big of a mess, clean as you go, and make sure no one uses your favorite knife when you need it, when to use the mixer, when to use the fryer, when to use the ovens. If you know your food order is coming in at 1, you need to be ready. Put the food away in the freezers and fridges in a smart way, can easily be found. You learn to label and date your in-process ingredients and keep your levels consistent. One thing we learned in culinary school was to respect the dishwasher and never take them for granted. So even though fine dining and cooking in the chef world is quite hierarchical, respect everyone in the hierarchy and do not treat anyone like their job is less important or more important. And so in culinary school, there were no dishwashers, and we all hand washed all of our dishes so that we would learn to be efficient, to stay clean, to not waste, and to think ahead and work well, and to also depend on one another. So eventually I went back to university, but I really was informed by kitchen work, much like you probably have life experiences and job experiences that have informed how you worked. One other thing I'm really shaped by is a background as a competitive rower, and one of the things I learned there was it's all in the rehearsal and training, and you confront every difficulty in your training so that when it's time to perform or compete, you have felt the limits of yourself and you don't feel afraid. So that's another thing I learned for work. You think, why is this librarian like pushing herself to the limit? But that's, I don't know, it helps. So we're gonna talk about sort of some cooking analogies. We hope you'll humor us with these and talk about, let's make a rights management plan, but let's have fun with it, work as a team, and enjoy the process.
Oh, this is me. So I'm gonna go, mwah. What a wonderful introduction, Annie. Thank you. I'm overcompensating with little interjections about cooking because none of my slides have any cooking analogies in them. So I apologize. It's just a sign of my own, lack of preparation of integrating cooking analogies into my slides. So I'm going to be talking about 2 steps that one takes early in sorry, actually, I should go here first. No, here. I'm not advancing the right slides. Hang on. There we go. I'm going to be talking about ingredients. It's because I'm looking at the slides on and preparation for doing the cooking. And I'm going to be talking about these things in relation to a particular collection that we've been working with at Concordia for the last few years. And that's the Words and Music collection. Sorry, I keep showing the wrong slides here. The Words and Music Show collection. It says Jason and Ian. It's really Ian. So this was Ian Ferrier's show and continues to be Ian Ferrier's show. And essentially, a few years ago, it was pre-COVID, Ian was our artist and curator in residence, and he brought all of the materials that document his show to us and himself, and we began to work through these materials. I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the ingredients that we faced, and then and sort of go through some questions that we had to answer as initial steps in preparing to actually move towards an eventual rights management plan. So first of all, you can see that the Words and Music Show already had a web presence. It was already very sophisticated, well-developed sort of body materials, some of which had been digitally presented, including an entire sort of web journal about spoken word that is also part of the collection that came to us. So in asking some basic questions about what it is we were dealing with the Words and Music Show, we were examining essentially the ingredients. What kinds of questions do we ask about ingredients? Well, some of the things that came to us from Ian in many, many boxes, suitcases, bags, all kinds of things, were posters. And I'll tell you, so what we're dealing with in terms of the ingredients of this collection is a very diverse kind of reading series. If just looking at these 2 posters, you get a lot of information that began in the early 2000s and is still running in 2022, but at the time, was running to 2019. So over 20 years of materials. And if you look at the posters, you can also see that every show seemed to have more than 1 performer, right? Sometimes as many as 5 or 6 performers. This was a monthly show, right? So if you do the math, 20 plus years, a show every month with at least 5 performers per show, you're talking about a lot of ingredients, right? This is not craft dinner. This is something much more complex, right? And those ingredients of the original events were sort of captured on different kinds of media. The main 2 media formats in which these shows were captured were mini discs, which was a kind of transitionary medium, sort of moving into digital capture, born digital capture. If any of you, did anyone here have a mini disc player at any point? Okay, 1. Me too, I did, yeah. And you can record on them as well. And really the first 7 years or so of the show were recorded on mini disc. And so we were sort of working with these. And in addition to many, many mini discs that were brought to us, there were a whole bunch of hard drives. And most of the rest of the shows were in digital files on hard drives. So our ingredients become even more complex. Not only are we dealing with tons of people and tons of shows that we have to sort of locate and make sense of, but also they're coming to us in different formats. And on those hard drives, there are a whole bunch of files with, not a systematic set of file names, let's say, right? And a lot of repeated files or partial files of the same event. So there's an enormous amount of work even to assemble. It's sort of like having a sliced zucchini spread out across a hard drive, and you have to assemble that zucchini and make it whole again before you can actually begin cooking. And that's sort of what we were dealing with. Yeah, so technically speaking, if I go back for a second to the questions that you need to be thinking about, your collection, you need to define its boundaries. So when Ian, and Ian is in the room, and we're going to bring him in on this conversation a little bit later, but when Ian brought his materials to Concordia, there was the Words and Music collection, but Ian has organized a whole number of other festivals and series and one-off events, and materials for all of those other shows were also, and are also still here at Concordia, eventually to be processed. So the first thing we had to do is define the boundaries of the collection that we were actually going to be working on, which we defined as the Words and Music show, and begin to sort of seek expert advice about how to digitize these materials, and also about how to make sense of the files and what we should do in terms of naming the files so that we could systematically organize them. What was our work environment for this? Well, so I was able to get some extra office space before our lab was open for students to work on the materials. So that slide you saw of Andrew on the floor was in one of the extra offices we got. It wasn't like necessarily ideal workspace, so we were kind of crammed in there, but there was at least a room where we could secure the materials and work on them. No, Andrew just liked to sit on the floor, so that was okay. That had nothing to do with our lack of chairs. Labor, well, we had some funds to hire research assistants, right? In addition to having the benefit of Ian on site with us to work through all of these materials, so we actually had the donor, the originator of these materials with us to help us make sense of them. We had a small team originally of a couple of RAs. It was Ali Barillaro and Andrew Roberge, who worked with me and with Ian on organizing all of the recordings. And so their roles were essentially to make sense of the materials with Ian's advice. And then once we were able to make sense of the materials, we brought in even more students to do some processing of them. The digital infrastructure, so we started working on this collection, as I said, in 2019. We were still, advanced, but still in the process of finalizing our metadata schema at the time and in building Swallow. So we were just getting things up and running in order to actually start processing this collection. But again, not everyone will have access to that kind of digital infrastructure to invent their own metadata schema and build their own database. But that's what we were doing. So, eventually, I'll just go to the last slides I wanted to show you. We began to catalog it in Swallow. And so if you see there are 15 entries, items per page here. And remember, each one of these probably has 5 performers at least attached to it. And if you see at the bottom, there are 11 of these pages. So you can do the math again, 11 times 15 times, 5 or whatever. We have processed this entire collection in Swallow now, including, no, what happened? Oh, did I forget to give you one other slide? Okay, sorry, there was supposed to be one more slide to show you the contents field. So including time-stamped contents for actually all of these shows. Now, not transcriptions, but actually identifying speakers with timestamps and some keywords that emerge from the audio that we could hear in the show. So we're in a position now, very good position, to begin moving into preparation. Right, because our ingredients have been made sense of, right? And we know what's in our collection. We have a full inventory of our materials. And now it gets to the question about preparation, identifying our rights holders and our content creators. So Ian and Annie and I have been in conversations over the last few years about, like, what are we going to do next? How are we going to go about this, right? And I'm not sure. I guess those last couple slides didn't make it in.
Prep will come after equipment.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So I'm not going to talk about prep then.
Just hold tight.
I'm holding tight on prep, so I'm going to turn things over. So I'm going to stop. So I'll leave you hanging on on the prep part. But just to say, we've done a pretty good job in actually cataloging the materials. We know who was involved in all of these. We know that Ian made all the recordings. We have experts to consult about what we're supposed to do, and that's where I will leave you at this stage.
Am I connected? I don't know if I can hear myself.
Can you hear Paige?
It's lit up. Good?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm up next. I'd like to just introduce myself really quickly because I don't know that I'm familiar to the people in this room. My name is Paige and I am an archivist. So I work at UBC Okanagan. So that means that all of my work is concerned with stewarding and making good decisions around primary source materials. So literary audio is one of those types of primary source materials. And I think that regardless of what the shape of a repository might look like, whether it's monumental, you've got a building, you've got a vault, or whether it is more conceptual, where you might be bringing together digital materials created by a lot of different creators, a lot of the principles that help give shape to an archival institution can scale and be used in other situations as well. So I'm going to be bringing my perspective as an archivist, and that's why I'm going to be going heavy on the equipment and tools, which are the policies, because it is what we say we're going to do and what we end up doing that give archival materials their value and allow them to be used and reused over the course of time. So I brought in the metaphor of the kitchen. Jason outlined the ingredients, but you have to bring those into a kitchen in order to make a delicious meal. So I have triangulated a few conventional archival mechanisms with some kitchen implements. So I think that you need pots and pans if you're going to be a successful cook. And you need to have a grocery list to know what you need to bring into the kitchen. You need some safety tools like a range hood and a fire extinguisher. And then you need some, well, I call them sharp implements, but they should be maybe more like precision implements, because you can get the job done many different ways, but there's often going to be a best tool for the job. I will give extra points if anybody can identify the thing I tried to draw there beside the egg beater. Anyone? They're poultry shears. So you can spatchcock a chicken with a butter knife. You'll get to the end, but you're going to have a much cleaner and more enjoyable product if you choose the right tool for the job. And then the final one is an ordered cupboard. So I'm going to go through maybe all of these and tell you what they're actually corresponding to, because it might not be totally clear. So for pots and pans, we're trying to make a cake and we've got some batter. We need to put it somewhere, otherwise it's going to get all over the counter. We need to understand the shape of the collection we're trying to build. And so our pots and pans correspond with a collection mandate. The second one, a grocery list notepad. This could also be an order requisition form. This is our gift in kind or transfer agreement. This is what brings materials into our repository and lets us have property rights over it. I'll get into that a little bit as we go forward. The range hood and the fire extinguisher, those are going to be your laws and your statutes and the way you interpret them and give yourself an out in a worst case scenario. So if you're going to deep fry a turkey indoors, you're going to want to make sure that your range hood is up to code and have a fire extinguisher nearby. Otherwise, you might choose not to do that activity in your kitchen. The sharp implements correspond with the idea of best practices, codes of ethics, standards, and professional best ways of doing. And your ordered cupboard is going to, much like what Jason just showed with that lovely layout with Swallow, let you know where things are, where they should be, and so that you can go and get them. So that's a control strategy. These things are all really conventional in an archival repository, And regardless of whether you have an official mandate, an official policy, these are all things that can be brought together to build out supported and documented strategy that allows you to navigate that rights situation. Okay, so just to review this one. So a pot, a pan, or a bowl, like a collecting mandate is what I'm trying to get at. And that gives you the right to have any collection at all. That's what identifies you as like, we're going to do this thing and we are going to do this job. So it's much easier to do that once you write a bit of a charter or a policy to say these are the boundaries. Like, we're going to take digital, we're not going to take physical because we can't steward physical materials, or we're going to take things that are only in the public domain because we don't have the wherewithal to kind of make a very sophisticated rights management strategy. Or it might be that we're going to collect the materials of a specific artist, or we're going to collect materials on a specific subject. All of those things will make things easier for you. You're not going to be putting things into a pot that don't fit. So if you help yourself by identifying the boundaries, and I think Jason touched on that a little bit, you get to define those boundaries, but having a document that explains those can be a good area of strength to depart from. It could be that the collection arrives first. Maybe you get, like, there was a great opportunity, a sale at the farmer's market. You got some fantastic ingredients. Sometimes you have to go out and get a pot that fits it, but you've got to kind of make those things come together one way or another. So what I had said before on the next point, paper on which to write your grocery list, these are your agreements. This is a really important thing that brings in concepts of consent, as well as having a shared understanding with your contributors or your donors. What it also does is transfer certain property rights. Like in a monumental archive, then this is what brings it into the fold and allows us to do what we do and exercise our rights as an archive, which gives us certain exemptions under copyright. If we want to convert things for preservation, we can do that. But the first step is bringing it in. An agreement could be merely a statement, just to say, like, by virtue of the fact that you are, providing me with these materials, you understand that I'm going to do this. An agreement can be formal or informal. It can be a form, like a transfer deed of gift. But what it really does help do is get out in front of those questions that might come later. If you have this negotiation at the outset, you can save yourself quite a lot of time. Just returning back to that range hood and fire extinguisher. I think of a range hood kind of like a window. These would be like exemptions to the Copyright Act, for example, if we're talking about that particular law. So all of those things that might allow you to get around it, that's what we can go forward and do. If it's up to code, things are in the public domain, or if you're using it for a purpose that is otherwise allowed by the Copyright Act, that just kind of gives you a bit of like exit to the outdoors and make sure that everything is flowing the way it should. A fire extinguisher might be more sophisticated agreements or permissions from a creator. That just allows you to avoid the fire. If it comes up, that's a piece of documentation that you can then lean on. The sharp implements, codes of ethics, best practices in an archival situation, a multi-level description where you're describing things either as a whole or as parts of a whole. Those can be really, really helpful when you're trying to apply rights strategies, because often those things will cascade down. If you can do it once at the top level, you don't have to do it at the series, file, and item level. And codes of ethics, such as, like, for example, the Association of Canadian Archivists, where those archival functions are laid out, you know what you're aiming for. So all the way from acquisition to appraisal, arrangement, description, preservation, and access. If you keep those main functions in mind and you know that that's what you're ethically aiming for, that can help you identify those poultry shears instead of the butter knife, so that you can get to the end with the least mess possible. And then finally, a well-ordered cupboard, that control strategy. So that could mean naming convention, numbering conventions. This helps you know where things are and how they're categorized, and it bears a really strong relationship to metadata. So all of these things brought together, particularly the top two, those are the ones that give you the right to be, then the right to have. The range hood, the fire extinguisher, the laws, that gives you an indication of the rights of others and how that intersects with your kitchen and how you're going to go about doing it. The sharp implements give you the tools that you need to respect your own collection, and that well-ordered cupboard gives you a stewardship strategy so that you know what's what and you can make the right decisions with it. So with all of that in mind, I did come up with a bit of an exercise. Can we break through that and kind of look at the recipe cards? Okay, so I am focusing here on these foundational rights, like the right to be and the right to have, because that gives really core shape to a collection, a primary source collection. So the first one is a collecting mandate lets you have a collection in the first place. So if you are working with an aggregation of literary audio or other archival resources, the idea here is to take a moment to describe your pot with a group if you have one around you. Does a mandate or a policy exist? Are you able to bring one down from a higher level if you're in an institutional context? And if not, like what would that collection shape say? How would you describe that collection and what problem would it solve? What fits in your pot or doesn't? And then the second one is gift or other agreements that let you have this unique specific collection. This might be a verbal agreement, it might be committed to paper. So take this moment to write your grocery list. If there is a form that you can point to that you're aware of that would support you, that's fantastic. And if not, what are the areas of shared understanding that you really want to reach with your donor or contributor? What do you absolutely need from your supplier? What are the things that you'd want them to disclose to you about their collection before they gave it to you, for example? So it's okay if we take a couple minutes here, Annie? Is this good? Okay. Yeah. All right, so go to it, I guess.
That gives me a moment to get a copy. That's awesome. That is really good. I love the way you thought that through.
Such a good drawer, too.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, here it is.
You've been eyeing that calendar.
Yeah, I have been. Ballpoint pen is my medium. How are we doing for time? Are we okay? I think so. 5 minutes, we'll regroup. Okay. Okay, well, I didn't. Am I on? Yes. We're going to come back in about a minute, so just wrap up the conversations that you're having. Okay, we're going to wrap up the exercise, come back. Okay. Do any of the groups want to share any of the conclusions or observations or anything that were committed to your recipe cards? Specific is good. Do they want a mic?
Sure. So the reason I say maybe more specific was just that when we got to one point, we realized, oh, we maybe are just, we still need this key part in order to move forward. But for those of you that know that I think about CBC radio recordings a lot, this is no surprise, but we were thinking about maybe a little bit more general and not to just have the explosion of trying to think of that, thinking more generally around commercial recordings that end up within library collections. So in this case, in the Readings in BC collection at SFU, there not only are CBC recordings, but also other commercial recordings that have ended up there. And the example that we were talking about was recordings that were donated by Eleanor Wachtel, who is still at CBC. So kind of thinking, okay, now there's a donor that maybe we could find out a lot more from in terms of how she came into possession of these recordings that Michelle was saying are on reel-to-reel tape, really coming up to that point of realizing that we need more information from the donor, and that was kind of the case in some of those other recordings as well. And I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, just to say, like, also a lot of the times what we're dealing with are donor agreements that were made long before the digital era, and also without really thinking about a lot of these issues. So sometimes we have, yes, take the physical items right away and do with them, what you want. But digital wasn't even conceived, and the public elements of that, potential public elements of that. And also, I think that, it's the limits of what the donor can give, because if the donor's giving something, and I mean, this is probably similar in your situation, the donor can't give away the rights to all the other people that are on those recordings, right? And in the CBC case, it's even more complicated by the corporate entity that's involved. So I guess just to say, often we have donor agreements, but they're very unhelpful in the sense that they don't give a lot of context and they don't really give us the rights we would like to have. But I can see thinking about those questions as a way of maybe going back to some donors that are still around and maybe shaping like new donor agreements.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that's a really important thing, because a gift in kind form, especially in pre-digital era, would have not contemplated the idea of rights transfer. So sometimes there's going to be an element of research to go and see what those gift agreements look like, so that you understand the gaps that you might have to go fill in. But then also on a go-forward basis, now that we know that it's possible to disseminate things online with little to no effort, on a go-forward basis, it kind of gives you some scaffolding then to say, like, we should probably include at least a calculus of the rights when we're negotiating gifts going forward, or when we're negotiating partnerships. We shouldn't leave that part out. going back to the original gift documentation can give a really strong trail of breadcrumbs, like back to the donor, and then those disclosures that would come along with it to say, like, do you own copyright to this? Do you want to transfer copyright to this? If you don't have it, who does? And then before you even take on the responsibility of the stewardship of that collection, if you're going to hit a brick wall with what you can do with it, it might change your decision on whether you take it in the first place or under what conditions.
And I guess that also just makes me think that in this case, thinking back to the pot, it's like we have the collection without the pot, and rather than going back in time and preparing the pot before acquiring the collection.
I think they can come in either order. As I say, if there's like a really fantastic deal at the farmer's market and you want those ingredients for sure, you might go out and buy a pot to fit that. So they fit together one way or another.
Do you want to talk about what you talked about?
Talk about the goulash. As Paige well knows, the collection that we are working with at UBC Okanagan is, the ingredients are not uniform, nor do they necessarily kind of go together at first glance. And it very much was, we're working through them. Some have fairly clear and permissive agreements around them, and others are yet to get there. So it's work in progress, but it also is, they're non-standard ingredients. They, as people in this room for the most part well know, we have everything from house party recordings with people reading their poetry or reciting their poetry, to classroom recordings, to just all over the place. So yeah, a unique set of challenges, and trying to figure out the pots for them and to even guess what's going to come out the other side is a challenge. Anything else you'd like to add to that?
So for U Alberta, we talked about, we kind of have two collections. One that's more of a formal archival collection that's much clearer because it's got those documents. It was a university department that then got, the records got transferred over to the U of A archives. So that one we feel more confident on sort of what the pot is. The pot's not, it's not expanding. It's kind of a fixed bounded collection. But then there's the other one, which has kind of got a mix of things similar to Okanagan. It's got materials that we know are there that we're not sure if we would do anything with them. But it's also a situation. It's not like we don't have that documentation because it was something sitting in a department, right? So I was talking a little bit about in a digital space. It's interesting because a lot of those boundaries kind of the bricks and mortar kind of archives, or kind of that kind of conception of it, are quite different because we're not formally transferring things in a way that we would into like an archival collection. So we're thinking, Ariel and I were talking, it would be really good to actually write down sort of what is like that mandate at least, because it could continually expand. Just kind of figure out what the bounds are of what we're collecting, because a lot of that's known already. But probably the piece we wouldn't have for the one collection, we wouldn't have the transfer agreements, or because it's really like it's one we're kind of that lives kind of just in the project in a way, which is kind of interesting. So yeah.
Am I back? Okay, that was great. Thank you everybody for doing that exercise. All I said was that I think there are as many shapes of pots and pans as there are collections, but documenting those things can put you in a real position of strength as you continue on the development of a rights management program or strategy. The slides? Yeah. How do I put them back up? Are we skipping the break? No break.
No break in cooking school.
You never know what might boil over while you're gone.
Okay, here, actually, I'll just grab that back from you. So we're at preparation. I'm going to go back to the words and music collection, and actually I want to reflect for a moment on that last exercise, because I sat down with Ian and we talked about it a little bit. And the state of our collection, sort of like the UBCO collection that Marjorie was just talking about, it's in this interesting position because it hasn't been deposited yet with our special collections. There will be a donor agreement, but that donor agreement will pertain to those hard drives and mini discs and posters and things that I showed you. But they won't pertain too much to questions of digital access, right? Which is really what we're interested in and thinking about, because the big questions we have is about the rights for making these things available publicly and to what extent we want to be able to do that. And I don't think that the Concordia Special Collections has much interest in doing that work. So it's really a question of how do we want to go about doing that work, and how do we go about doing that work, and what do we know, right? So we know what's in our collection now. We have a full inventory of our materials. It's already in Swallow. And then we come to the point of identifying rights holders, and already that's a big question mark, right? So a question that we've already acknowledged and then asked the experts, so like we spoke to Annie, we spoke to everyone in the SpokenWeb team, and there's one answer that suggests that sort of legally, perhaps, Ian, who made all the recordings, is has the legal rights to those materials, right? At the same time, we just came off of 2 days of papers and plenaries that really were thinking about data ethics in a lot of interesting ways. And this is a great case for that, right? Because the larger question is, okay, we may have the legal rights to those materials, but we're not going to make them accessible without getting consent of a certain kind. And how do we go about asking for that consent, right? So you saw how many people were involved in each show and how many shows there were. So the numbers of content creators is enormous, right? I was just sitting down with Ian and I said, how many email addresses of those people do you still have, Ian, right? Or do you even know who some of those people still are, right? And the question, the answer is I don't know, I'd have to see and see what I have in my, in my email account. And then we started talking and saying, well, we know, Ian said, well, I guess I should get in touch with Sam Shalabi, who probably performed in 30 plus shows over the years, right? And so we're thinking, well, that's an interesting strategy, right? Maybe we start contacting the people, first of all, we do know and are in touch with, but also who performed the most in a way in the show, because that will actually, the greatest number of minutes of our recordings were filled by a few individuals in some ways. Kayleigh, Tanya Evanson, Sam Shalabi, Katherine Kidd, and those are people that actually we are regularly in touch with, right? And so that could be a beginning. The question is, what are we going to email to them? So those are the things we have to start figuring out, which gets to, if you look at this slide, templates, right? So what kinds of templates would we want to use to actually begin to contact people? How formal or informal, right, would we be willing to be, in making these kinds of approaches to get consent? So having appropriate language for our messaging, not only public messaging, but messaging in relation to contacting people. These are the kinds of questions that we're engaging with now. So there will be a donor agreement. That'll be pretty straightforward. I've seen it. I know what it looks like. We've gone through a couple of donations already. But the real big question for us in preparation has less to do with preparing the donation for special collections, which kind of could be done tomorrow, in fact, because we have so much metadata. We have the materials in order. We could do that. But we're not ready to do that until we've thought through and tried to begin to engage in actual actually addressing the questions of public access for the digital versions of these materials. So preparation, so it's kind of interesting actually, if you think, continuing with the cooking metaphor, we have your real kitchen, right, with a great variety of pots in weird shapes because our collections are all weird, right? But then we have a kind of, imagine our cooking existence also living on Second Life, right? And then we have our Second Life existence of our cooking class, which is in the digital sphere. And because that reality, the physics of the Second Life world is different from the material world, there are different kinds of preparations that need to be done. Cooking is different in Second Life than it is in the material world. And so I don't know if we really even thought about that too much, right? But that's something that I think Ian and I wanted to bring to the table like that. We're all thinking about digital access. And so how much do the material ingredients pertain to cooking in the Second Life environment? In the Second Life kitchen, yeah. All right, that's all I'm going to say about preparation. And whoops, I went back. Yeah. There we go. Whoops. Okay, is that the slide you wanted? Yeah.
Okay. I'll just use the handheld if that's okay. No. Now we got it. Now I'm on. Now I'm on. Hello. Okay. So my job in the sequence of our cooking school is to talk about cooking itself. And by cooking itself, what we're suggesting is process. So we've already started to get a sense of the complexity of the things that we're involved in doing here in managing rights in a way that both adheres to the boundaries of legal copyright, but also, and even more importantly, adheres to ethical curation of the materials for which we are stewards. And we do this in the context not just of ethics, but also in terms of the relationship to the communities of creators of which we are members in many cases and who work with us and for whom we have some responsibilities as fellow community members. So conducting rights management for a digital audio collection is obviously a complex process, and there are different ways you can go about completing and tracking your work that your research team is doing on that front. And as Annie suggested at the outset, this doesn't have to be a scary process, but it has to be well thought out. And I took up this section of the discussion because Sean Lauk and I have been very busy over the last couple of months, having quite detailed conversations about process and trying to think that through. And part of that is because we developed a 10-page charter, as Paige called it. In other words, a rights management plan that we then took to University of Alberta libraries for their agreement to our way of going forward in that process. And so we have a fully developed charter for the collections in our process, and we would be happy to share that with anybody in the room if you wanted to make use of that for your own purposes or just see where we were going with that. But what I really wanted us to do for this session was to take a step back from that complexity and think a little bit about the principles that might drive a rights management process. Let me give you a for example, and I think Jason started to go here in describing the words in music complexities. The way we've come to understand the collection that the University of Alberta is managing is there's really two orders of organization that there's really two ways in which you might go about thinking about the organization of a rights management process in our case. On the one hand, we have a couple of hundred digital audio recordings, and we could think about those digital audio recordings as singular events for which we must secure, if not consent, at least and have made an effort to inform the content creators that we are going to be making those materials publicly available and give them the opportunity to respond to that initiative in a way which we would be prepared to change our process in terms of the level of access for those materials if there was a need to do so, or a desire to do so. On the other hand, we could think about approaching this in terms of individual content creators, which Jason and Ian were just suggesting that might be a good way forward. In other words, we have some recordings that might have anywhere from 1 to 20 performers on them, and we have some content creators who might appear on anywhere from 1 to 20 different event recordings. And so the question is, how do you get into the management of that, and how do you deal with that complexity? We've started to build a couple of different possible tools for taking that on. On the one hand, we have a spreadsheet where we laid out a whole range of different action points or moments at which we want to record that something has been completed. So we've got the contact information. We have identified who's going to contact that person. We have contacted that person on a particular date. We have shared with them the files so that they can review what we would be making public. We have heard back from them about their response, about our intentions and how they feel about that. We've confirmed at a certain point that we're going to make those files available, and then we have made those files available. So there's a whole series of points in a workflow around a process like this that we might want to track. Yes, Marjorie.
Have you had a response from everyone? And if you had some no responses, how are you interpreting the no response?
Perfect. And that's an important outcome of this, right? So if we have a tape with several different people on it, and one of those people has declined to have that material made available, how will we manage that process? And so there's a long range of things that have to happen in the management of this process, and it requires tracking and responsibility and accountability for each of those stages, and it needs to be, and so forth. So we thought about this in a spreadsheet form, but we also started to develop, at Sean's suggestion, a Trello page that would allow us to manage this as a project management tool. And that could allow us to develop cards for actions for individuals and for digital objects, and correlate between them, and then go through the process of managing that by having both of those streams, or those ordinates of our collections in view and in mind, and connected to each other in different ways. And we're just building out what a Trello board might look like that would allow us to manage that and translate that along the way. And I should also mention that Ariel, who's sitting next to Sean over here, is going to be deeply involved in getting this process going over the next couple of months. And so the three of us who are doing this at U of A are actually in the room right now. So we're neck deep in this. We've been thinking a lot about what we need to do in order to make a process like this work. And I really wanted to bring that same thinking to everybody here in the room and give you a chance to think for yourselves about what that might look like, but also, and perhaps help inform what we end up doing when we have solidified the system, but also take that away for your own considerations as you're thinking, okay, what do we have to have top of mind as we're going ahead designing a process to manage rights for our collection. So I'm going to also ask you to do a little bit of group work, and then I'd like us to come back and to share with each other any of the basic principles that you think should underlie the design of a rights management process. Okay, so what are the chief principles that will inform how you design your process? You can break up into small groups again, just like you did before. I'll give you 5 minutes to talk about this, and then I'd like us to come back and share those ideas together to see if we can compile a set of common values that might underwrite this.
And I'll just say that Deanna Fong, who's joining us online, has an interesting case to share with us when we come back.
Oh, fantastic. Deanna, we would love to hear from you, so we'll look forward to that. Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap up. I'll give you about another minute to do so, and then we'll come back to our conversation. Okay, so I've shared screen here just so that I can take a couple notes as we go and you can see what I'm writing down. And I'd like this to be, fairly rapid fire. So if we can have a mic out in the room and people can pass it around, and if you want to come from whatever your group was discussing and what kind of rose to the surface in terms of the principles that you think should be driving a rights management process. So stuff that we need to keep in mind as we design that process and execute it. So anybody want to start us off?
Like keywords or explain?
I'm sorry?
Keywords or explain?
A little bit of both, sure.
Okay, yeah. Well, we were talking about the archive of the present and how like we technically already have like the copyright because there's spoken web specific events that we're putting on the archive. But then we were talking about respect and continual consent and moving like beyond just the legal and like once again asking if because people knew they were being recorded for the initial like Zoom event, but then asking like, are you okay with having this content up on our archive, which is publicly accessible?
One of the interesting things that came up that I thought about was, I mean, it's just really simple. Okay, I want you to give me the right to present this stuff that I recorded a long time ago, and in the best case response to that is, oh, that sounds like a good idea. Why don't you go ahead and do that? And then the worst case response is, no, that's mine. You don't have any right to that. At which point, what happens? The best case is very simple, but the worst case can become much more intense, and it can be, well, actually, in fact, Annie said that I own the rights to that, so sorry, you're stuck. And just those kind of thoughts were what interested me. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll say, so Ian and I were talking about like, how would we even begin to email people? And would we say, we're writing to inform you that we're doing this. If you have any concerns, let us know. Or we're writing to ask for your consent to make this, and this recording available. Those are two very different, the labor involved in each of those is very different. Yeah. Yeah, Catherine's point about who sends the email also makes a huge difference if it's Ian or not. Yeah.
Add to that. Maybe I think one thing that might be behind, like who sends the email, is what's the tone of the relationship? What's the nature of the relationship you are cultivating with the creators in this case, right? So is it a formal legalistic matter, or is it something about coming from one community member to another? Is it more familiar? You know, hey, we're really excited. We've got these materials. We'd like to make them available. How do you feel about that? You know, or is it something that comes in the form of a legal form that needs to be signed and documented, right? So tone is, I think, part of what we're talking about in terms of relations. Clara, please.
We didn't actually talk about this, but I want to just add to Ian's question that the times that people have declined for me giving rights to include items in an archive, it's either been like just kind of delusional, like, oh, but you know, we don't want to give up rights because we're going to make so much money on this random audio or something, you know, or, and so that's like the kind of like the more laughable side. But then I've also had someone, you know, raise ethical questions about the institution itself. And, you know, that's not SpokenWeb, that's like, you know, the university as like a bigger construct. And the issue was kind of that, that the university was, you know, co-opting intellectual information without remuneration. And that they felt that, you know, even beyond that particular audio, just like the entire structure was going against them as a creative practitioner. And I don't really know what to do with that, right? But I guess it's going back to the plenary yesterday too, and when Felicity was kind of saying, you know, are we the bad guy, or like what, you know, in the attempt to compile and to you know, make materials accessible, are we also working against some people's rights? I mean, it becomes a very interesting question, and I kind of disagree with it to an extent, but I also think it's maybe important to just be aware of or something.
Also, and it's following along, this is all possible because we work within institutional settings. At UBC, we have a very small c conservative legal counsel. And at what point do we run our agreements by legal counsel? I mean, a friendly handshake is lovely, but if people change their mind, and we haven't kind of run it by legal counsel, again, questions, no answers, but really wrestling with some of these things, and but also going with the permanent takedown on our website. Like if we've digitized something or made something available and it's yours and you don't want it out there, just let us know.
Okay, fantastic. Annie's going to take us in that direction, particularly in terms of serving your delightful creation you've made. But I just want to say, in terms of legal counsel, Sean and I made a decision in consultation with our library that we wouldn't go to legal counsel, that we would make a decision that we understood to be responsible, that didn't require the input of general counsel from the university. And that we were on solid ground to do so. So the principle of the process in this case might be who or what is the authority for the process that you have designed, right? And to be able to define that in some way. Michelle, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was just looking over, we have a math spreadsheet again with some of the inventory and some of the agreements, and it really runs a gamut. So if you think about, like, somebody is donating their materials, they may be okay with the materials being in the physical university institutional space, but not okay with them being digitized even. We have some agreements that do not digitize this. We have some agreements that we have some donations with no donor agreements. And we have some where digitization is okay, but don't make it public. So like there's a whole range of information we might have from the donor, and then in some cases it's a black box. And I guess just, I mean, I really think it's important to think about principles, and I was thinking about that also in relation to the talk yesterday about feminist editing and how, you know, I think even though we had permission to do the Women in Words collection, I mean, we thought we had permission from our copyright officer to do it, and then we started listening to them and we're like, no, it's actually not what we thought. What is on the tapes is not what we thought. And we, even if we sort of had the copyright guy saying, yeah, it's okay if you've tried your best, we said no. So we pulled a whole bunch of those recordings because they were workshops with students and they were very sensitive. So it's kind of like there's an intervention that the people working on rights permissions can make to say, well, we actually don't think, we need a higher level of consent. I mean, I guess just to say, yes, I think principles are very important, but there's also pragmatics. And part of the issue that we face is we can't get permission if we don't even know what's there, right? And so that was the case with this Women in Words collection. It's a case with the Eleanor Wachtel where the library's position is it's CBC hands off. Don't even digitize it. Don't even move it from reel to reel. And we're like, we kind of want to know what's on there because then maybe there's some stuff that's okay. But I guess my point is there's a lot of processing that has to happen even to get to the point where you can request permissions. And that's also part of that trade-off and part of that decision-making and scoping that I think we're all like confronting, us especially because we have so many kind of limbo collections.
Excellent. Please.
Just a point to that too is that if also thinking about processing as research, that it can be so difficult if you're the person processing it, you're listening to it and thinking this is amazing, I want to write a paper about this, and then what? And then you're kind of like sort of, again, this is another question, not a principle. Yeah, exactly. Or even just wanting to then write about that, but if it's being processed in order to then get to the rights, you kind of, there's this amazing thing, but you might not be able to do anything with it until, yeah.
Fantastic. I think Deanna has a good case to add to this that is related to what Michelle was sharing with us. Deanna, do you want to step in here?
Yeah, that really follows nicely because the case that I brought up in the chat here was the Roy Kiyuka audio archive, which we applied for a scholarly digitization fund grant to get those tapes digitized in 2014. But one of the sort of stipulations of the scholarly digitization grant is that the materials to be digitized have to be made open access. However, Kiyuka's estate, and especially like Roy's daughter Fumiko, who's done a lot of work, like video work on her father and her father's legacy, she really wanted to know what the content of the tapes were before they were made available like wholesale on the internet. And actually, I don't think anybody had listened to those tapes since their donation in the 90s. But she couldn't listen to them. She couldn't listen to them until they were digitized. So we were in this like weird chicken and egg situation. And the problem with some of the tapes too is that like the material is so fragile. Sometimes you only get one shot at playing them. And actually, when we finally did digitize them, like several of them were destroyed by the digitization process. So like, I'm really thankful that we have like such a thoughtful team at SFU, and especially Don Taylor, our copyright officer, was able to sort of negotiate that like a flexible definition of open access that made everybody happy. But I would say like one of the principles for, at least to my mind, is that flexibility between user rights and donor rights, and that those things have to be so case specific and the product of lots of conversation. And maybe just a very fast final point too, that we had a pretty like slightly spicy conversation in our post-plenary Bar George drinks, like myself, Marjorie, and Felicity and Sarah, thinking about this in relation to moral rights and trying to think about this idea of like, moral rights are inherent in the work and not in personhood. But I think a lot of the questions that we're talking about around rights management are almost like moral rights questions, but as they relate to sort of people's legacies, reputations, that sort of thing. So just throwing that out there as a thought. And thanks.
Thanks, Deanna. That's fantastic. And so one of the things I've done here then is I have added in this note about flexibility between users' rights and donors' rights. And I'm just going to add a couple of other things I think that I've recognized during the process of thinking this through with Sean about principles, right? So another principle that we have insisted on in thinking about our process is that we're going to retain every record of our communications with every individual, and we need a system and a process that will allow us to do that. That means those records can't exist on somebody's hard drive. That means we want a shared email address for the section of our project focused on rights management to which we all have access, right? We need a way to track each step. When we're dealing with the complexity of two major ordinates of the collection, again, content creators and event recordings, we need a way to know when we have all the content creators' consent for a particular item that triggers the release of that digital event into our public repository, right? So that's another thing. We need to ensure that we know who is doing what job at what point in time, right? Another thing, we have to be really clear about responsibilities and accountabilities. And we have had some conversations about timeline. How long do you wait for a non-response from a content creator before you make a decision to make that material available with a takedown notice that accompanies it, right? So we made a decision. We felt a month from initial contact to release of the material with a second check-in during that period, midway through. If we have an email address and we can't get a hold of that person and we've done our due diligence and we've tried again to contact them, stressing the importance of a timely response, and we still haven't heard from that person, we made a decision that a month is probably a fair amount of time to allow that to happen before we greenlight it for more open access, but with a takedown notice process already in place. So that's a range of other things we've thought about. Michelle, please.
Oh, I was just going to say that I know in our situation a lot of times you don't know if you have the right contact information.
Sure.
So you might be waiting on, an email that has gone nowhere.
And this is the thing too. Okay, so then the thing is that layers the notion of what is due diligence, right? So then is there a process within your process that gets triggered where you try to secure a different avenue to contacting that person than the one you have available to us? Is that something that you think is part of the values and the principles driving your process? And then if that's the case, then you design the process to accommodate that principle. So that's cooking. I think I went over time. I'm sorry about that. But I think this is, a really interesting moment where pragmatism becomes actually a matter of intellectual and political commitments that you have as a team and as individuals. And that's when it starts to get really interesting for me, because one of the things I love about the SpokenWeb project is that we're trying to do things, right, that are pragmatic, but all those pragmatisms require the kind of intellectual conversations that we have amongst ourselves as we try to work on these things. And I'm encouraging you to do that as part of developing your rights management plan. The last thing that I'll say while I don't have it up here is, again, I'll just repeat, if you'd like to see our charter, I'd be happy to share that with you, and please just ask.
Okay, can I have the slide advancer? I'll go back to the slides. We've come to the end of the workshop, but I'm just going to wrap up with my section and wrap up the whole thing as fast as I can. So you've prepped, you've cooked, you've gone grocery shopping, you've extended this analogy as far as you possibly can. You're so hungry, it's time for lunch. Let's do it. Okay, so we're going to... Deanna's hungry. She's not alone. So let's talk about serving up a rights management plan. I cannot advance my slide. Okay. P.S. I wrote a very exhaustive list of questions to consider to actually make a rights management plan, and I'm happy to share that with you. I also wrote something called Anatomy of a Letter, where I write in different ways and scenarios about how you would ask a rights holder for permission, or you would just inform them. So these are all things we have. I made the list of questions. Jason went through it and answered it. And it's a good way to write a plan, is to look at all these questions. So we have a lot of these things written down. So a plan can be as simple as a document on a napkin, or formal. One of the things about serving up a plan is who needs to approve it? Who at your institution or organization needs to sign off on it? Whether that's just like, yep, sounds good, or legal counsel, or what have you. I recommend, if you're at an institution, that you run this all by your copyright officer, and they will liaise with legal as needed. So now you're preparing your content, and let's say you have identified all your rights holders, you've included that in the metadata, you have chosen a system, or you're adopting a system to deliver your content, you understand what you can make openly available, you understand what, for whatever reasons, cannot be made available, you can still display the metadata, and you can still provide access to a recording that is a one-to-one, you may consult this for research. So if someone says no, but your archive still owns it, you can still give them private access, you just can't disseminate it widely. So keep in mind that even if you have some people saying no, you can still find a way to give people access. Just remember what you want to say. So understand that there are levels of access that you can provide. You should be giving messages to your users about what they can do with the collection. That is part of your responsibility, and not only, am I allowed to share this? What can users do? So in my case, that is giving them terms and conditions. So my quick case study is that we're about to unload like tens of thousands of recordings into a digital, it's spooling in right now to a digital asset management. This is an EMI, very large music archive, 94 media formats, migrated and digitized, 42,000 recordings total. So we're getting those ready to launch in September. We provide anonymous access, so someone doesn't have to sign in, they can see what's there, all the metadata, high-res photos of the items, and they can listen to a clip. They don't have to log in. So copyright allows us to provide a sample of the track for discoverability. If they want to listen to a whole recording, they have to log in and authenticate, and then they say, I want to listen. And we say, okay, what's your purpose? And they say, education. And we say, good. So they can stream it, and we're letting people have up to 10 recordings a month to listen to. If a prof or a project needs download access, we negotiate that with them and then release them. We'll give them that. They click on agreements about what they are allowed to do with it. They are liable. We are not. We have informed them of their rights and responsibilities. Then they put their things in a shopping cart and we allow them access. The donor, Universal Music, can say yes or no to certain deep permissions, we're calling them, special uses. So we have the donor as a stakeholder in our system to say, yep, use that for an exhibition or so on. And then if there's things we haven't digitized yet, people can see the metadata record and say, hey, I'm interested in this recording, and that'll trigger a digitization on demand. Obviously, this is a big, well-funded Cadillac approach to access, but this is how we thought about rights and users. Obviously, in most cases, the rights holder is Universal Music Canada, and we can do what we can as an educational institution to give people access. But there are other things in the archive, like all the demo tapes that people gave to Capitol Records and EMI. Those are not the rights of Universal. They are the physical custody. So those rights holders are the bands who maybe never became anything or maybe became something. So we don't give open access to those until we've talked to the bands. So when you're in a time-limited and budget-limited digitization project, you might only be kind of setting up the terms for things, and this might take years to completely grant access or non-access. And we're not going to do an activity. Let's wrap up with a few comments and things to say. First of all, know that we have resources. We have an exhaustive list of questions. We have sample plans. We have sample emails and letters. This summer, U of A, University of Calgary, and Concordia, we're all plunging into rights management planning and activities this summer. So we'll call it summer camp. Whoever wants to come to camp, join us, because we're going to be working on it this summer. So let's stay in touch. With regards to takedown notices, you should think those up in advance and be ready with them and have a plan. That's part of your plan. If someone said in an agreement you may not digitize it, they're wrong, because as a library, archive, and museum, you have a right to make a preservation copy. You may not have a right to disseminate it, but that is your right as the holder of that item. So we are seeking an RA to join us on the Rights Management Task Force. So if you are an existing RA in the network, or you're not an RA right now, but you are interested in this kind of process, we're looking for a research assistant to work with us in the next year. We think it would be about 6 hours a week. You'd be a member of the task force, and you'd help us with activities and documentation and sort of getting people connected to these resources that we've been developing. We'll put out a formal written call on a SpokenWeb email in the coming days, but just so you know that we're looking for extra help. It could be from any institution in the SpokenWeb network. So I'm sorry we've gone over time and I rushed through my part, but that's where we're at. If there are any final comments or questions, maybe Jason, you can define how much time we have to go till lunch.
I think if there are any other questions, let's hear them before we go. Yeah.
Just two things quickly. One, so when you mentioned that researchers can always listen, right, the one-on-one scenario, what rights do they have to use that listening for research?
They have lots of rights. So it's like consulting a book. You can read it and you can quote it,
okay,
but you can't take a, like what
big
we would,
chunk.
a substantive quote.
Okay.
So if they wanted to replay 3 minutes of a 4-minute recording, that would be too much. But if they can signal its existence, they can quote it
without seeking additional permissions.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that like the 10% rule or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing, just to add, sorry, I keep adding all these complications, but I guess for me, one of the challenges that we have is that, to me, like, we have student RAs doing this permissions work. And partly for some of the collections, it's fine because the people are totally removed from Tony Power, right, who's our librarian. He's the one who deals with the bigger donors. So it's not like we would expect to hear from Tony. It's fine. But at the same time, part of me is concerned because students come and go.
Yeah.
So indeed, one of the students who already did a lot of this work is now gone. And so all of those issues around like retaining records and processes, like things that the library does very, very well, we are not necessarily set up to do as well. So I'm just, I don't know that there's an answer to that, but I'm just saying.
I have one.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I would bring the library back into that process, or if they're doing the reaching out, they should copy you, the prof who's going to see this project through. So you always have a record of the correspondence. So because students may move on or have new life events, someone should always be copied on the correspondence so that you, as the grant holder, are showing proper diligence and you are conveying that information to the library and whatever system will be managing the recording in the long term. So putting in a buffer person so that you do not lose, and also that you show, not that the students don't have authority and deep knowledge, but just so that someone who's going to hang around for a long time and see this through is also aware of all of this.
Yeah, I mean, I just think in terms of like archiving the emails, like some of the stuff that Mike was talking about, it seems to me maybe not even more important, but something that we don't necessarily think about.
And
in the
I would
same way.
say, like, your rights management plan as the researchers, you're providing a lot of work for the library.
Yes.
But just think about, how do I hand this over to the library in a way that will work with their processes? So just sort of chatting with them about how will this work for you? How do you want these emails? Do you want to be copied on anything? What format should they be delivered? Just in all, if in doubt, over document.
On the issue of fair dealing access to the materials that you initially brought up there, Michelle, Sean did this great analysis of the fair dealing contexts for the 6 criteria involved in a fair dealing assessment for our collection, and that's also in our charter. And that's his work and his assessment of how we are constituted in terms of fair dealing and what that means in terms of how we provide access to the material. And it actually makes, in the context of a diligent rights management plan, it actually makes a very good argument for why these materials should be made available in their entirety through public access. So.
Okay, I want to thank Master Chef Annie Murray, and it's been an honor to be a sous chef on this session with her. And we will grab some lunch and be back here at 12:30 sharp for a hybrid workshop session called Perfecting Your Podcast Pitch. And that'll be with Hannah McGregor, Kate Moffatt, Katherine McLeod, and Miranda Eastwood. So thanks so much.
Hi, Kate.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It's feeling I'm a little tired, but we're good.
Yeah, moving and working at the same time is a lot.
Totally.
Yeah.
It's been a couple of weeks, It's really been a couple of weeks, but it's been good, and I'm really excited about this. So I think that helps.
Oh,
Brings
good.
the energy up. Yeah.
Incredible. I love it. Great. I mean, your email this morning, I was like, yeah, good questions.
I feel like it made sense, like that was the logical breakdown, so that's why it didn't ever come up. But then I was like,
Yeah.
maybe I should confirm that. Maybe I should make sure
Yeah.
that wasn't just like a Kate assumption that I was running off of there.
Yeah. Good. It's always good to check.
Just in case, right?
Just in case.
Yeah, and I was like familiarizing myself. I was like, I can totally do a lot of this off the cuff if necessary, so it's okay if I got that wrong.
We did a podcasting workshop for Amplify at Congress on Monday, and it was like quite a formal, it was part of Career Corners, and we paid to have simultaneous French translation and ASL interpretation because we wanted to record the entire thing, and we're going to share the video as a resource. So we were like, let's just invest in making it really fully accessible. And that meant that it was like very formal. Like we had to have all of our notes written out and sent to the interpreters. And it really had to be very clear who was saying what and what was happening at what point. And so the whole thing, like it was fine, but Stacey and I are definitely used to just like,
let's go.
Vibing. And so it felt very formal. And so I think for this workshop, I was like, sell vibes, it's fine.
Vibing.
But
we're
yeah.
just vibing.
Yeah, we're just vibing.
Exactly. Oh, and it's live. That's fun. It's live.
I thought this was just an attractive still that they were using until
it's the room.
Oh, it definitely is because there's humans walking around doing things.
Hi, folks. How's it going? I wonder, can everybody hear us?
I have no idea.
Maybe. Well, good morning or good afternoon to folks in Montreal, if they can.
Yeah. I hope this is all being YouTube live streamed and everybody on YouTube can see us making small talk.
Hi, folks. How's it going?
Small talk.
Our YouTube debut. Debuts? Would it be plural? Debuts? Debut? What's the plural of debut?
Debuts.
Debuts? Sounds weird, but I agree. Okay.
Because it's a French word and then you're adding an English plural on the end. So it sounds silly. Like foyers.
Yeah. Plural foyers. Cul-de-sac versus
cul-de-sac.
Same thing. Same weird problem.
Is it cul-de-sac or cul-de-sac?
It's cul-de-sac. No, it's cul-de-sac. And Lily of the Valley, it's lilies of the valley, not lily of the valleys. Like the flower. Do you know what I'm saying? Which makes sense.
Yeah, I do.
But until a friend said it to me the other day.
Like attorneys general instead of attorney generals.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Anyways, whatever. How's your morning?
Whatever.
That's how mine's been.
I mean, my morning started like 2 minutes ago.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I am drinking because I'm in a sublet. I'm drinking out of somebody else's initial mug.
Oh, that is not an H.
Mm-mm.
Kind of fun.
Yeah. It's weird. I really thought in-person versus virtual conferences. Love that things are hybrid. Love it for accessibility. I think it's so good. I really hope it's a thing we continue to do in the future. I thought I was going to be, my hand disappeared. That I was going to be one of those people who was like never back at an in-person conference. I was like,
again, right?
Couldn't drag me there. And then I went to one in-person event here in Vancouver and I was like, it's all I want. I just want to sit in a room with people and talk to them.
I was going to say, was it so good? I feel like
It was so good.
The kinds of conversations that you have in person, I feel like are just so different from Zoom rooms. Like Zoom rooms, we try really hard. And I think it works for, like you say, amazing for accessibility and such. But yeah, I think there is something about doing it in person, being around other people.
That's
just,
I agree. It's just energetically different.
Yeah. Okay. So even I've been attending some of the symposium panels this week, and I can, even as a virtual attendee, I can feel that. I can feel that like energy in the room is even coming through because they're just being live streamed, I think, through Fourth Space. And that energy, you can even kind of feel it coming through coming through Zoom. So
I was so excited. I went to this, it was this FCAT symposium. So it was just different faculty across FCAT just doing short presentations on their work. And it was so like, we were so stoked. And I just kept being like,
you brought the Zoom wave in person, Hannah?
I can see you. Oh, hi. I just kept being
Katherine.
like,
hi, Katherine.
Yeah, it's Katherine and that's Miranda.
Hi, guys.
Now turn around and wave to us in the other direction.
I know. It's a
yeah.
And you can hear us now. Oh, okay.
You're quite quiet.
Yeah. So we just thought we would test this out and say hi.
Hi.
Nice. Oh, so great to see you guys.
If they can boost the input a little bit, I don't know if they have that level of granular control.
Yeah. Also, I can hold it even more directly, but when we're passing it around, that would be good to have it boosted. So
yeah, you're holding it really well, and it's still quite quiet.
Okay. They were saying it's just a little the mic is a little quiet for them on their side. If it can be boosted more.
I think through the Zoom interface you can just,
or maybe through the Zoom,
pick up
the
input volume. Yeah. Did you know you could do that?
I absolutely did not know that you could
if you go into if you go into audio in Zoom, you can control your input level. So see, I can make my input level really, really low.
I'll just continue talking
and then I can make my input level higher.
More sound. But it sounds, they've got it. They're checking it on the on headphones on the monitors here, and it sounds good. So
I can hear you okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Hannah, are you? Is it working now?
Yeah,
Hi,
it's okay.
Judy.
And we thought we'd just say hello, even though the Zoom audience can also see us, so we won't say hello for too long. But I see that Kelly's here too. Hi, Kelly.
Hi, Kelly. Hi, Judy.
There are only a couple of people here so far because the last session went late, and so everyone's still eating lunch. So that's mostly what I wanted to update you on, and also test this out. Is it all right with you, Hannah and Kate and Kelly, if we start like in another 5 minutes or so, or like basically when people have returned to the room?
Yeah, let's start when there are people there.
Let's wait for them. Let them
rather than just ruthlessly doing a workshop to no one.
Yes, that would be very.
People are happier when they've had lunch. So we'll let them finish eating.
Yeah.
Is that Miranda's back?
Yes, in the one screen. Well, they're facing us in the one screen, and we've got their back in the other. Miranda, if you turn directly around, there's another screen.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, you have to. It's
spin constantly.
Yeah, once we start.
Not there. Wait, no, you were looking at us. Miranda, come back. Come back. Look down.
Yeah.
Look down. Look straight at us.
It'll be clearer once we start, because right now it's the sort of screensaver one. Okay. We're going to lower your sound until we start. So the Zoom folks will be able to hear your conversation, but not the room. So
we can chat and it's not being broadcasted. Gotcha.
Okay.
But it is being recorded.
I mean, it is. Like Deanna knows what we're up to.
Yeah.
Deanna knows all our secrets.
We'll see
anyone hopping in.
We'll see you in a few minutes once people settle in, but people are arriving, so this is great. Well, it looks like
all right.
Started soon.
Incredible.
This one. Yeah.
Hi.
Okay, we'll talk to you in a few minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, see, Deanna knows all our secrets. Kelly, was the good title of a book Ruthlessly Doing a Workshop for No One?
Yes.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that's just like a memoir of academia, just like giving a paper to no one. Like I don't know, like most of you are early enough grad students. I don't know how much conferencing you did pre-pandemic.
I did a bit.
But it's a very special conference experience to go to a panel and realize that there's no audience. It's just you and the other panelists.
That never happened to me. Thank goodness. But I've only been to a few. So
yeah,
that's too funny.
Yeah, and you just gotta make a circle. Gotta make a circle and just present to each other.
You know, those are very engaged participants and audience members. So that's what they
100%. I've had some of my best conversations where it's just like, cool, this is now a seminar that we're just doing with each other. But you've got to be in the headspace to just like pivot. You've got to be ready to be like, okay, no one's here. That's fine.
Yep. Yeah.
It's the MLA. So nobody cares about Canadian literature. That's fine.
Is that what happened?
Never give a Canadian literature paper at the MLA.
Oh no. Well, that's sad. I feel like that should be better. Should be more people at the panel. I'm so sorry for you. Post apologies.
Those ones have actually never been empty because there's like 5 Canadianists there, and so they always come.
Attend everything Canadian.
Yeah.
Bless them.
Yeah, bless them.
Bless them. I'm loving all the different camera angles. I was admiring them earlier this week when I was attending the symposium panels. Like even when when a panel is going and people are talking, they've got like different camera angles for
I mean, it's
beautiful.
There's also
like
it's beautiful. It's whoever is running the various technologies.
Yeah,
it's
great. It's fantastic.
Slick. Slick.
My partner walked past and he was like, "It looked like a TED Talk." And I was like, "It does look very polished."
I'm gonna have to really work not to be distracted by the fact that there's a second video of me on screen that is
we can see
on a
ourselves.
slight lag and reversed.
And reversed. It's the mirrored thing that really gets me. My hair looks so different one way than the other. And I touch my hair a lot, so I'm going to be hyper aware now.
Yeah, forget I pointed it out.
You know what? I don't know if we'll be able to see it when we're actually presenting, so that'll help.
Great.
Yeah, it's just right now. I'll be able to tell when I'm touching my hair too much. It's fine. It's my thing. I had my friend ended up marrying a guy that she met in one of our English classes that we all had together in like the second year of my undergrad. And she was trying to explain to him who I was one time because we hadn't met.
I think Catherine's about to start.
In this mic at the front, and then we'll hand
it over. I really hope this is all out loud. I want everybody to hear this anecdote.
No, it's fine.
That culminates in your hair.
We'll tell the rest of it later.
Okay. Hair anecdote. I'm making a note.
It's not that good.
I circled the note.
All right, I think we are set to start. In a moment, we're about to hand things over to Hannah and Kate on screen. We also have our transcriber for the SpokenWeb podcast, Kayleigh, joining us online, along with quite a few other folks online too. So the room is very full, both the online room and the in-person room combined. Thank you for being here in person. My name's Katherine McLeod. This is Miranda Eastwood, our new member of the SpokenWeb podcast team as sound designer. You'll hear more from us later, but for now, we'd like to hand things over to Hannah McGregor and Kate Moffatt on the big screen.
Hey folks, can I get a thumbs up if you can hear me?
And we can't hear you quite yet, so just hang on one moment. Now I think it'll work.
Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Incredible. I'm going to share this PowerPoint presentation and we can get started. Where do you suppose I put the PowerPoint presentation? There it is. Definitely ready, definitely wasn't just making small talk about hair. For sure. Nobody even worry about it. This is a well-oiled machine. There we go. All right. Oh, I love this. I can see through the camera, the screen, so I can see that you can all see what I'm seeing. We're going to try that one more time, and this time I'm going to remember to check the button that shares sound. Now we've got it. Want to? Great. Okay. Beautiful. The smoothest start. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I am sure that I know many of you, if not all of you, but just in case, my name is Hannah McGregor. I am the head of the SpokenWeb podcast task force. Yeah. And the current host of the SpokenWeb podcast. I'm coming to you virtually today from the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. We're going to be talking to you today about pitching your podcast to the SpokenWeb podcast. But before we get into it, I want to make sure that we have a chance to meet the rest of the team. So that's me. Joining me virtually is Kate Moffatt. Kate, you want to say hi to the folks?
Hi, everybody. How's it going? I'm the project manager and supervising producer for the SpokenWeb podcast. And I've been part of the SpokenWeb SFU team for the last couple of years, so I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, we are delighted. Kate just took over as project manager and supervising producer. Our outgoing project manager and supervising producer, Judy Burr, is, I think, also here on the Zoom. So shout out to Judy. You have already met Katherine, who is here in person, who is the incoming host of the podcast, as well as the producer of the Shortcuts series. And also at the back of the room, we have Miranda Eastwood, who I'm unclear about the layout of the room, but Miranda just joined the team as our new audio engineer and sound designer. And so Katherine and Miranda, I think maybe will be probably popping in at some point. We'll see. We're keeping this real chill. So let me tell you a little bit about the SpokenWeb podcast, just in case you aren't familiar. So the SpokenWeb podcast is a component of the larger SpokenWeb project that is about framing and showcasing the audio of unique archival literary recordings. The primary goal when we first started it was to create an opportunity for people to share the audio that they were finding while they were digitizing archives, and to share the kinds of scholarship that they were developing as they started working on those audio archives. As we continued to make the podcast, we are towards the end of the third season now. We have continued to sort of play with and expand our sense of what kind of stories fit into the podcast. And increasingly, our focus is really on the process. We're really, really interested in working with SpokenWeb participants to help them learn how to make podcasts and learn how to tell different kinds of research stories via sound. So it's a monthly podcast, comes out the first Monday of every month, and then the third Monday of every month, we release a Shortcuts episode that Katherine produces. And the episodes are generally sort of snapshots of literary history and our contemporary responses to it that take a wide variety of forms. We're really interested in the different kinds of genres that you can have in podcasting. So just to give everybody a little bit of a taste of the podcast, we've pulled a few short clips from a few different example episodes that point to the different kinds of formats and tones and styles that people have been playing with within the Spoken Web podcast. And as you're listening to these, what I want you to start thinking about right away, because we're going to make you pitch episodes by the end of this workshop. So what I want you to start thinking about is, what do you hear when you listen to these clips? What do you notice about the differences between them? And are there particular approaches that appeal to you or resonate with you more than others? So we're going to start off with a clip from an episode of Soundbox Signals. Soundbox Signals is a podcast that is made out of Karis Shearer's AMP Lab at UBC Okanagan, and it takes the format of a kind of round table discussion or panel where they talk about different audio clips together. So let's listen to a little bit of that. Let's make sure you can hear this. Yes? No. No. You're not hearing it. Love
I can't
it.
hear it either.
I love it. I love when technology works. Let's just try that one more time. Oh my God, you guys. Absolutely, absolutely Zoom just broke. Delighted to inform you all that Zoom just told me that it's not going to do this for me because it has uninstalled the audio sharer. This is great. Here's what we're going to do.
Do you want me to share it? Yeah?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me grab it. Give me a
That's
second.
exactly what I want. Could I get a quick, just while we're letting, I'm going to stop share and let Kate take over the sharing. Could I, from the folks in the room, get a sense of how many people have already produced a Spoken Web podcast episode? Just like show of hands. Amazing. And how many people have not produced an episode? Yeah. And of those people, how many do you think by the end of this workshop will have convinced?
There's some people just off the camera as well, because there's some great RAs here from SFU that have not yet produced a podcast episode, not to single one out, but he's off camera, so there's even more.
Good, amazing.
Is that working? You guys can see that?
I can see it. Let's find out if we can hear it.
I'm Karis Shearer, and I'm joined today at UBC Okanagan by guest curator Mathieu Aubin, who recently finished his PhD with a dissertation entitled Here and Queer in Vancouver, which touches on the work of Bill Bissett. Also joined by Lauren Sinclair, who is a computer science major, data science minor, and is the president of the Quantitative Science Course Union here at UBCO. Also joined by our podcast producer extraordinaire, Noor Salam, who is pursuing her honors English degree here at UBCO. Welcome, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
We are here today to listen to a clip by Bill Bissett. So we're going to rewind to 1966 and listen to that recording, which is part of our Soundbox collection here at UBCO.
This well palpitating jelly gold.
That's it. That's the first clip.
That's the first clip. One thing that I always notice when I listen to Soundbox Signals is how intimate Karis's mic technique is, that she always sounds like she's holding the mic really close and sort of telling you a secret into the microphone. And it's so cozy sounding. I absolutely love it. But I also love that moment when you sort of have been listening to her and then you hear the other voices chime in and realize she's in a room with other people.
Fantastic.
So that is our example of a panel. You can hear that it is an in-person event, that it's various people gathered together in a space to have a conversation. You mostly know what a panel is. Another relatively straightforward example of a episode style is an interview. Let's listen to a short clip of an interview. even when you were describing like how podcasting and radio sound differently because they are produced differently.
Mhm.
So have you started to hypothesize what queer production sounds like?
Yeah, it's tough, but there's already some examples that have come out of my kind of initial research into the subject. And some of them are, when you're looking back at community radio, those moments where you can imagine someone flipping through the dial and then all of a sudden they're hearing two lesbians talk very sexually about another woman playing baseball. That kind of a moment is really very queer in a way that in a way that isn't the same as podcasting, because podcasting, in contrast, someone's going to be choosing to listen to that show. So then how are those produced in a more, to create a more queer audio experience?
I completely forgot which clip we put in there, and I absolutely love it. I love that episode. So again, you can hear the interview format is conversational rather than scripted, and gives an opportunity to learn a little bit more about somebody's research or their performance or their area of expertise. The third kind of podcast that I sort of group into the like relatively straightforward category is recorded events. So let's listen to this episode from Revisiting Feminist Noise, Silence, and Refusal.
Culture shift doesn't happen in the accusation, and it doesn't happen in the disclosure. Culture shift happens in the public grappling with these questions because nobody has firm, definitive, or perfect answers. What I wonder then is if we're shifting away from disclosure or the speaking, maybe what we're trying to articulate is a different politics or a different strategies for listening. That seems to be what Burke is calling for. And I also think that's what Sulkowitz's piece asks of audience members.
Dr. Lorenzi's presentation recognizes the complicated history around silence, speech, and activists' sonic actions, and her suggestions that sound can exist both as a material experience and a sonic one, and that it can change or impact our understanding of the identity of survivors and the identity of those who do or do not choose to speak, is a theme that can be traced through the following two presentations of this panel.
Do you recognize that voice, Kate?
Oh yeah, that was me. That was my first episode that I did when I joined the SpokenWeb project a couple of years ago. That was my first thing that I did was that podcast episode.
I love it. And what I really like about these first three examples is that they are great genres for folks who are brand new to podcasting. So none of them require a particularly complex approach to scripting or to sound production. The panel and the recorded event feature basically are an opportunity to sort of dig into pre-existing recorded audio. The interview is a conversation with somebody based on their work, all in some way remediate genres that you might already be familiar with in your other work, and kind of give you an opportunity to like get a little familiar with making audio without necessarily diving too deep into something too complex. That said, a lot of our contributors do pitch more complex, more sort of sonically rich episodes. And those we tend to talk about as being audio essays. There's sort of essay-like episodes that think via sound. So we've got a couple of clips of some audio essay type episodes. First up, a personal favorite. How are we listening now?
It seems like we are renegotiating our relationship to signals, noise, and silence. These different categories of sound are all related to each other. One can't really mean much without the other. Noise is defined in relation to the signal, the thing we're actually trying to hear. We speak of the signal-to-noise ratio. With a weak reception, or a low signal-to-noise ratio, the signal will be lost in surrounding interference or noise, so that we can hardly hear the message or not hear it at all. With a strong reception, a high signal-to-noise ratio, the signal will come through clearly, and we hardly hear or notice the noise at all. Listen to this extended crossfade of two clips, one of brown noise and another of a sharp emergency signal. It dramatizes the movement from a low to high signal to noise ratio.
So good.
So you can hear in that, I love that episode. You can hear a bunch of things going on in that episode. And I think, the most noticeable for me is just how many different kinds of audio have been layered on top of one another in order to create the actual, not just the feel of the episode, but the actual content, that there is an argument being articulated. And at the same time, that argument is being substantially enhanced via the use of sound. So it's not just sort of putting some fun light scoring underneath what you're saying, though fun light scoring is great because music is an excellent way to enhance your argument, but a sort of more substantive use of sound in order to actually build a scholarly argument. That's a high difficulty rating and also a really, really rewarding thing to play around with. It's really fun to create sort of denser, richer audio like that. All right, and let's listen to our last example.
Oh, why does it keep doing this?
It was more iron muscle than Samson in his moment of revelation. It might have shown me old Dante's dream, but there was no way to endure.
And what did it mean for you for Elizabeth Smart to be the subject of your first film? Is that important to you?
It was important to me. My mother was an artist, and I saw her struggle as an artist and a mother, also a single parent.
Documentary filmmaker Maya Gallus.
So I think that Elizabeth represented some of those elements for me as well, because I was trying to figure out how to be a woman and an artist in the world. And it seemed to me that women of my mother's generation and previously of Elizabeth's generation really had this conflict and dilemma about being able to stake their claim in what is largely a male-dominated world.
So in that short clip, you can again hear a variety of kinds of audio being used. So one of the differences I hear from How Are We Listening Now is that audio is sort of being pieced together across the time rather than layered as densely over one another. But you hear archival audio, you hear interview audio, you hear music, and you hear voiceover from the producer. And again, that is something that sort of on first listen can seem quite complex. But I'm sure Kate will vouch for getting to that level. You can get there, right? You're there.
It's just a work in progress. Practice makes perfect. And it is such a fun thing. Like once you start playing around, you'll be like amazed by what you can do. You're like, hey, I did that. I made that.
So I think if we go on to the next slide, speaking of I made that, Kate's gonna actually talk us through the process of creating an episode, actually a pair of episodes of the Spoken Web podcast from the pitch stage right through the completion.
Yes. Okay. Hi. We're going to walk through what the process of, everybody can hear me, right? I think so. We've been talking this whole time. We're going to walk through the process of crafting an episode. Like, what does that look like? So you find a cool piece of, as Hannah said, maybe archival audio, and you're like, ooh, or you have this idea about someone that you'd love to work with. How do you get from that idea to the point where you've created like full episodes? And there's something that I would like everybody to keep in mind as we go through this fairly practical explanation of what the stages are for building an episode. And that's that podcasting can also be part of a larger research process. It doesn't have to be the last step. It doesn't have to be something where you're presenting on something you've already discovered or figured out or that you've got nailed down. It can be part of the process of learning and discovering and asking questions and figuring things out. And as an example, we're using these delightful Mavis Gallant episodes that I made with Michelle Levy and Candace Shearer. We're three members of the SFU Spoken Web team. And so basically in 2020, Michelle found a recording of Mavis Gallant, Canadian short story writer, reading one of her New Yorker short stories, Grief and Poche, at SFU in 1984 in the SFU archives. The recording contains the entire short story. It's brilliantly read. She's such a great reader. And the archival audio is great. Like, it's so lovely to listen to. We were absolutely delighted. And when she found it, she was like, we have to make a podcast episode with this. So she brought me and Candace on board and was like, I want to do this with this. And so we all listened to it and we talked about it and we discussed what an episode might look like. And we quickly realized we really wanted to include the entire short story, which if we edited out the introduction to her before she starts her reading and we edited out the Q&A at the end, we'd still have a 45-minute long reading, which would take up the majority of an episode. We aim for about hour-long episodes. So this left us with very little room to do work with and think about the archival recording. And that was something we also wanted to do. So we got a bit creative. And it was actually during, I think, a virtual institute workshop like this one in late 2020 that we began tossing around this idea of doing a two-part episode. And so this was us kind of like pushing the gamut a little bit with the formats and styles of episodes that had been previously created on the SpokenWeb podcast. And we thought we could do this two-part audio edition where the first part is the story and the second part is this really critical analysis of what we were listening to. And it snowballed from there. We had to start with that idea and this brainstorming that we had. So, but now, in addition to having produced 2 podcast episodes about this reading, we're also working on an article for publication about Gallant, and that comes directly out of the work that we did on these podcast episodes, from the questions that we were asking, the discussions we were having, what we were finding as we sat with that recording and listened to it over and over and over again and thought about the event and how it was created, which is really cool. So, and this isn't uncommon for further research to come out of podcast episodes. Actually, Ariel Kroon, Nick Beauchesne, and Chelsea Mia, I don't know if they're in the room today, but they presented a paper at the symposium earlier this week that actually came out of their work on the most recent episode of the SpokenWeb podcast that they produced, which was Academics on Air. But okay, so before we get ahead of ourselves, Michelle and Candace and I had this really great, awesome, crazy idea of creating this 2-part audio edition. So how do we go from that crazy idea to actually creating 2 complete episodes? So luckily, the SpokenWeb podcast has like a pretty stellar, polished process of stages that we go through when we're creating podcast episodes. It starts with you pitch your idea. The production team gives you feedback on that pitch. You plan your episode. You record your episode. You edit your episode and submit a first draft of your audio. We give you feedback and you do revisions. You submit a final audio version. It goes through final production and then it's published. And this sounds like a lot of stages, but it makes a lot of sense. And we're going to quickly walk you through them all. Let me see here. Okay, so the first step is a pitch. And this is why Candace and Michelle and I were sitting down and talking about this archival audio and what we wanted to do with it, because we wanted to be able to pitch our idea for our episode. So we have a pitch submission form that we can share with everyone, that you can fill this out and submit it to us if you have an idea. And the pitch is basically trying to get at what you think your episode is going to do, what you want your episode to do. So include the format. So we said we want to do a 2-part audio edition. Include the topic. We want to contextualize Mavis Gallant's reading of her New Yorker short story, Grief and Poche, at Simon Fraser University in 1984. Let us know when the episode production is going to start. We started ours, I think, in November-ish, because we were doing the 2 episodes. And so our 2 first draft audios were due in February 1st and April 26th, respectively. The team was made up of me, Michelle, and Candace. And we knew that for our second episode, we'd really love to interview some folks about the event, about the reading, because we knew some people who had been there. And so we managed to arrange to interview Anne Cowan-Boughtonhouse and Carolyn Tate, which was just absolutely spectacular. We pitched both episodes together, which obviously, if you're creating a single episode, you wouldn't have to do this. But this was specifically so that we could give the production team a sense of the structure. We were obviously trying to do a lot with a lot of different information and a lot of different pieces. And so we wanted to make sure that they knew that we had an idea of what kind of structure we were trying to put this together in. And so that would be important, even if you're pitching a single episode. The first we pitched as being this audio edition. It would be, the whole recording with just some framing, contextualization around it. And then the second would be this critical analysis, including some interviews, digging a little bit deeper into this recording and where it was happening. And so that's what the pitch looks like. The pitch is kind of like, here's my idea, here's how I conceive of it appearing or looking once it becomes an episode. Step 2, we give you some feedback. The pitches are such a wonderful way to start thinking through what you're wanting to do. And then the conversations that we have around it often help really cement that. So some examples of typical feedback will be, this is a really big topic, let's narrow it down. An hour sounds like a lot, but as soon as you bring in a bunch of archival audio, suddenly you're talking for like 20 minutes and you're trying to figure out how that's going to work. That's not a lot of room to work with. So we'll often let people know that what they're doing might be too big. We make sure that you have access to the audio that you're wanting to use. We need to make sure we have permission to put that online. A lot of folks will have a lot of audio to work with. If you've done interviews and you really want to work those into your episode, if you've got 5 hours of interview audio, that's not going to be able to just go into your episode. There's going to be work involved with that. So we'll make sure that you're prepared to work through that, that you know how you're gonna, that you have some ideas around how you're gonna make selections from those. Once we've done that, given you your feedback on your pitch, had some conversations with you, made sure you know and feel good about what you're doing, is you'll move into the planning zone. The planning stages are like where you're really getting into the nitty-gritty of starting to do some scripting, starting to do some outlining, actually getting into the practical. What is my episode going to look like? What shape is it going to take from this big idea into these actual bits and pieces? So you want to start doing your archival listing. What are you wanting to include? What are you wanting to incorporate or discuss or draw on? This is where you would interview scheduling, do your interview scheduling and question drafting for interviews. It's where you'll start doing your research and your resource gathering for things like music or sound effects or visual assets. And the team is always there to support you at every step of these stages throughout creating. So if you ever have questions or you're like, I need to just have a conversation about this structure, we're more than happy to do that with you.
Actually, this past year, we started doing creator meetups once a month, where everybody who is currently in the process of developing their episode, sort of post-pitch at that planning or recording stage, gathers together. And we just talk through challenges that they're having. And that's been really nice just to keep everybody connected and supported through those early stages.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And we'd be more than happy to have folks who are interested in creating episodes. We like to try and save like 10 minutes at the end of those. If there's people who are coming who are interested in creating episodes, but they're not quite there yet, they just kind of want to maybe talk through an idea. We save some time at the end for folks who want to join and chat through some of their ideas as well. So if you guys are interested in coming, just shoot us an email at the SpokenWeb podcast Gmail, which I think is literally spokenwebpodcast@gmail.com. But I think we've got a slide at the end that gives you that info too. So step 4 is recording. You need to actually record the audio that you're going to be editing to make into your podcast episode. And we've got a couple of best practices for recording. And again, we're super happy to help support you through this. If you've got questions or this is something that you haven't done before, that's totally okay. When I made that first episode that we listened to a little while ago, that was my first podcasting experience ever. And that's okay. You don't have to know what you're doing when you come into it. But wherever possible, here are some of our best practices. Wherever possible, use a dedicated external mic or an audio recorder. Always use headphones. In the case of a remote interview, ask your interviewee to record their own voice separately if possible. This allows us to basically edit the tracks, the two voices separately in case they need different treatments to make them clearer or louder or what have you. Check your levels, check them again. When you're in editing programs, it will typically show you where your levels are at, how loud is something else. And record in the quietest spot you can manage. If you don't have access to a baffled recording studio, because who does, you can create baffling yourself. And we've got 2 examples on the screen here. This one is from Karis with her blanket or sheet and her cat hanging out in her little baffling studio. And the picture on the right is my little baffling box that I have put together and been using very reliably for the last 3 or 4 years. Step 5 is editing. And this stage, can be so much fun, but it also shouldn't be underestimated. I think this is where a lot of the work is taking place, of like really putting the episode together. So if you've done interviews, this will be where you're transcribing and editing the text of those interviews to figure out what pieces you're wanting to use. You might be storyboarding that existing tape or existing audio that you have, scripting narration and transitions or voiceovers, then recording those to include. Cutting what you have to match that outline you originally had to make sure that the episode is slotting together the way you were imagining it, listening to it and figuring out if you want to like put them into different order, different spots, editing all of that together and adding the music, additional sounds, and transitions. We use Hindenburg for podcast editing, the sound editing for the podcast. We will give you access to Hindenburg if you are interested in making an episode. And it's super intuitive, super easy to use. I had never done any kind of audio editing in my life, and Hindenburg was very beginner friendly, which was absolutely lovely. But it's wonderful. It does great things. And actually, I think we're hoping to hold a Hindenburg workshop virtually sometime later this year. So if you're really interested in learning more about Hindenburg, stay tuned to hear more about that. I was going to ask Miranda if she wanted to hop in and do this slide. I think she should. Miranda?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear my voice on the virtual plane?
We sure can.
Nice. Okay. So yeah, it's always time to think about sound. As the new sound designer for the SpokenWeb podcast, it is my job to tell you that sound is your friend, not your enemy. It's really fun. It's really great. And yeah, like I love the examples that came up earlier, because it's really, you can get as down and dirty with the sound as you like, or you don't have to. It is a tool that will make your podcast better and only better. It is not going to weigh you down the whole editing process. So that being said, sometimes like a podcast, like we have great opportunity to play with sound in a podcast. So it's good to think about sound and, ask yourself some questions while you're, at the early stages, putting your pitch for your episode together. For example, what does this form offer compared to a traditional research paper / essay? How can I strengthen the concept themes I want to explore via audio? And especially if your episode is inspired by specific audio, what was it about that sound in the first place that drew you to that piece? Was it the quality of voice? Was it the atmosphere, soundscape surrounding it? Like what drew you there in the first place to this piece? And how can you emphasize that via your episode? And, tools at your disposal. This is, in no way a comprehensive list, but music, which is the first obvious one. Soundscapes, which are less obvious, but also, very helpful at times if you really want to transport your listener. It sounds cheesy, but it literally does work like that. And sound effects, which are very fun. And, like I said before, if it sounds daunting, don't worry, because you don't need to know that much to have fun with this, which, like that would be my closing remark. It's fun. It's going to be fun. And everybody should dabble in sound a bit, in my opinion, at least a little bit.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Miranda. We're so excited to have Miranda as part of the team, and very happy to be able to provide a bit of extra support on that sound side of things. If that's something, if you're really wanting to do something creative with sound in your episode, something really, really sonically rich, Miranda is absolutely here to be a great resource for you to work through that with you. Okay. And then after you've done all of your editing, you send your draft, your first audio draft, to me and Miranda, and we will listen to it and we'll put together some feedback and we'll send that to you. Some examples of feedback will include things like editing recommendations. So like if your transitions are a little choppy, or if there's music in spots and we don't know if it's really working, or there's no music in spots and we're like, music would really add something here. Changing the balances if there's like, that's a sound thing. Miranda can help you if the balances are out of whack. Something like requesting that you re-record your narration if your audio quality isn't great on your first go. Suggestions for cuts or additions if we need a bit of clarity around something. And occasionally we'll recommend reordering the content that you have. This is the kind of thing where we basically listen and we're like, what are we getting out of this as listeners? Where is it putting us? Is there anything we're not understanding or that we'd like a little clarity around? And that's the kind of feedback we'll give you, but it is very much your episodes. Like these are your episodes that you're creating, and we're very much there just to kind of support you making something that you're super thrilled to put out into the world. So after we've given you that feedback, you will revise your first draft and create your final draft audio. That will come back to me and Miranda. We will double check it. We'll final check if there's anything else there that's kind of like, this thing might be a bit of an issue. We'll be in contact with you. But otherwise, we will add the intro, we'll add the outro, we'll add the theme music, and it will be ready for publication. We ask that producers also send us some visual assets for promotion and that kind of thing, an episode description, works cited and references. I will post the episode on the SpokenWeb website, schedule the social media posts, make sure we've got all the required information. I'll also organize the listening parties. We do a listening party every month on release day to celebrate the release of your episode, and those are so much fun. So I'll also help organize that. And Miranda will do that final mix master to get it up and into the podcasting world. And that's it. That is the process.
that is the process. And it's a multi-stage process, but lucky for us, we've got an amazing project manager who knows when everything needs to be done and will gently herd you towards your various deadlines, as well, of course, as a sound engineer and sound designer who is there as a resource to help you. So as many stages as that is, there's kind of somebody there to like hold your hand if you need it through every stage. Some of our more experienced producers don't really need it at this point. Jason pitches an episode, we're like, cool, see you in 2 months. But when folks are new to the podcasting experience, we've got a lot of resources and a lot of capacity to help people through it. So on that note, we're going to move now into the you do stuff portion of this workshop, which is that we are going to have you work in small groups to develop your own pitch ideas. So a strong pitch starts with a strong prompt. It starts with something you're really interested in. So is that a piece of archival audio? You found that 45-minute Mavis Gallant reading and you're like, this is really good. We have to do something with it. Is it perhaps an assignment that you either did in a course or gave to a student in a course that you're like, Jason did an episode that was about the various podcast episodes that he had his students make, that sort of worked with the students to turn them into a SpokenWeb episode. Is there a particular scholar or poet whose work you're really inspired by and you would really like to talk to them and engage with their work more? So what's the thing you're really excited about that you want to start with? The next thing you want to ask yourself is, what kind of episode do I want to make? So the best way to know what kind of episode you want to make is to listen to other episodes and get a sense, we gave you little clips at the beginning there, but just listening widely and getting a sense of like, do I like interview? Do I like panel? Do I like those audio essays? What's the approach that I want to take? And then ask yourself, what resources do I have? That includes physical resources. Do you have the technology that you're going to need? It also includes, soft resources. Is that what we call them? Like soft skills? Like, do you have the technical expertise that you're going to need, for example? And, whatever you're lacking, you just want to note that in the pitch and say like, want to do this, don't have any access to microphones, and we'll help you figure that part out. And then you want to ask yourself really realistically, how much time do I have to work on this episode? If you're like, I am desperate to learn more about audio and I really just want to spend hours and hours getting into the little details of how to like layer and play with sound, that's a different situation than like, I'm really interested in making an episode about this, but like, I'm so busy and I have really minimal time for it. Being realistic with yourself about the amount of time that you have it's gonna be your friend from the beginning. So we are going to ask folks to split into small groups and spend the next 15 minutes developing an episode pitch. Ideally, this should come out of a real thing, like a real idea. It's hypothetical and you're not signing anything by virtue of telling us about this pitch, but do try to think in sort of concrete and practical ways. It's like, if you were to actually make an episode, what would it be about? So folks who are in person, if there are other people there who you are already collaborating with, who you have kind of already maybe thought about an episode with, we encourage you to group up with those people and chat with them. If there isn't, then Katherine and Miranda will just help group you into groups. I think roughly 3 people per group is probably ideal. So Miranda and Katherine will take care of those of you who are in person. You've got 15 minutes to come up with your pitch idea. Make sure you assign someone to take notes, because when we come back together after 15 minutes, we are going to ask everybody to share their episode pitches with us. So go forth, people in meet space.
Yes, we will gather into groups. I will speak in the middle, not directly to a camera here, but I'll speak to the room. That I think Hannah's suggestion of about 3 groups makes a lot of sense with our numbers. And just to I think we all know each other here, but Kristen, Annie, Sean, Michael, and I actually don't know your name. Maya. Yeah, Maya, Jason, Michelle, Paige, Dawn, Clara's hiding over there. So if you gather, I should have actually said your areas, but I don't want to assume that you necessarily want to make a podcast about your area of research. Sean made a really awesome podcast about drumming, and that was really, I wouldn't have predicted that. So, gather with people who you might want to actually work with. And those of you who aren't sure, we can kind of help direct you into the right group. Hannah and Kate, we're going to turn your sound down during the sessions. I think online, I think Deanna might have logged off. So right now it's you two and Forceface online, along with Judy and Kayleigh. So you could chat amongst yourselves there, though I think it is still being live streamed on YouTube. So maybe you might want to just mute yourselves for 15 minutes and then we'll signal when we're coming back together.
Yeah, we might just take a little break, let you do your 15 minutes.
Sounds good.
And then we'll meet you back here at 10:35 Pacific time.
Amazing. That sounds
Who knows what time it is there.
Exactly. Great. Okay, let's jump into action here. And I won't use the mic again until we come back.
Hello. For the folks on Zoom, we have created some breakout rooms for you. If you'd like to join them, you can choose room 1 or room 2.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Let me know if you're having any issues and we'll help you out.
Perfect. Sounds
Okay.
good. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you also make a fresh cup of coffee?
Sure did.
Nice. Priorities.
Yeah. When they were like, actually, you guys can just have that time. I was like, yes, coffee.
More coffee.
Second coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm in the microwaving my coffee phase of the day.
Ooh. You have kids, right?
I do, yeah. 4.
Yeah. I feel like microwaving your coffee is like a big parent move.
Yeah.
You know, because like you make yourself a coffee and then you have to stop several small humans from dying for a while, and then when you get back to the coffee, it's cold.
And it gets worse every time you microwave it. But you don't have time to like make new coffee, so it's sort of the only game.
Microwave it multiple times.
Yeah. I'm gonna confess my dark secret to you and anybody else who watches this live stream, I guess, which is that I drink instant coffee.
Me too. It's the Nescafe like espresso.
I drink the Nescafe. Yep.
Like the gold espresso, whatever. It's so good. I have no complaints.
I'm not a coffee snob, so there's no judging.
Yeah.
Going
Yeah.
My partner Erin, her mom is Scottish, and she also just like swears by instant coffee.
You're so much of Europe, like, and the Middle East, like, people just drink instant coffee all over the place. And I just realized one day that I was like, I can't taste the difference. So what am I doing?
Right?
Yeah.
Sometimes I can. If I get one that's like not good, then you're like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah, if it's a really bad
one
yeah.
you like.
Do you drink it black, or do you drink it with like heavy creamer and stuff? Because that's for me. Like, I drink it black, so I can definitely taste a little more of the difference sometimes. But I also like I love a gas station coffee myself.
Slightly burnt, a little bit smoky.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I drink it with like vegan, like vanilla flavored oat creamer. So like if it was good coffee, it wouldn't be after I was done with it. So why bother?
That sounds amazing, actually.
Oh, yeah, it's delicious.
Katherine.
Oh.
Katherine, hello? Hello?
Yep.
Yeah. Hi.
Okay. Oh yeah, probably on here. Actually, yeah. No, go ahead, go for it. That's great. Yeah.
This hybrid thing is going on.
All right, I'm going to face one of these cameras to be
all of
able
these
to say to Hannah
experts.
and Kate. No, I'll stand here and I'll get myself on the screen here. So we had great discussions over here. Also, welcome to Clement, who has now joined us online. Wonderful to see you. So in I think both groups, there might be multiple pitches. So I'm going to ask each group to start with one, and if we can get to more, we can get to more. But from the discussions, the other ones also sound amazing. So we'll start with the ones that are most fully formed as pitches. Yeah, Hannah and Kate, does that sound good?
It sounds perfect. And then once you have pitched your pitch, we're just gonna ask questions. Everybody is open to asking questions.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Do you think could we get the volume up a little bit more for the Zoom? Yeah, thanks. Hannah, do you mind saying one thing just so we could?
I will say so many things.
I think it's going to come up hopefully a little louder.
More? Do you want me to be louder?
That's great. Awesome.
Am I too loud?
No, that's perfect now.
Great. Kelly is.
Sorry, I was going to say Katherine's a little quiet on our end. I don't know if the microphone could be a little louder.
Yeah. No. The in-person folks, you're definitely on the edge.
Okay.
On the edge of.
I'm going to be passing a different mic to people, so we'll.
Great. Okay. Amazing.
Now there's feedback. Yeah.
Oops.
Well, it won't be me talking the whole time, so that we'll move on. How about would your group like to start with your strongest or most, not necessarily strongest, but just most fully formed pitch? Yeah, that's great. I'll pass too close. I think this is on, so you can see.
Hello? Oh God. Hearing the sound of my own voice. Hi, my name's Maya. I'm from the University of Alberta team, and I'm my background is in libraries. So my idea originally started because I'm part of a campus radio program called Shout for Libraries. We do a 1.5 hour episode every month where we talk about library things. And so my idea came from wanting to kind of maybe do a cross episode with the radio show and the SpokenWeb podcast. And so it kind of originally started as I got inspiration from Ariel and Nick and Chelsea from their episode of wanting to kind of look back at previous episodes from this radio show, because it started in the early 2000s, and see how the discussion of libraries has changed over time. But we had everybody was so helpful. It was this great, all these great ideas about how it, and that kind of morphed into using the sound in libraries, and to use how the different sounds in libraries have kind of tracked the changes in libraries over time. because originally, like when I think of libraries when I was younger, they're all quite silent spaces, but now like the main downtown public library in Edmonton, where I live, it's noisy all the time, and there's different spaces, like people are allowed to play music silently. There's the gamer space, which is just has so many different noises in it. And then I thought back to there's a different branch, which is also in Edmonton, but it's a smaller branch. It's very quiet. Nobody speaks in that branch. So yeah, just thinking about how sounds in libraries have changed over time. And could I somehow tie that into previous episodes discussing libraries? And yeah, if basically how they've changed over time. That's pretty much.
Yeah.
It's not fully a fully formed idea, but
it's such an interesting idea, though. It's a topic I only know a little bit about, in the sense that like the politics of silence in libraries is really complex. So there's like a really interesting sort of history of sound layered in there, which is like a really political history. But so like right from the get-go, yeah, it's such a sonic idea. Who just read that? Yeah, Judy. It is such a sonic idea of actually thinking like, what do you hear when you go into a library now? I love that. Did you talk at all about like format? You know, what kind of style you might take?
yeah. So I think I originally thought it would be kind of like a panel situation, because I have quite a few people who work with me on the radio show who would love to be part of this, and they all would have a different take on how sound has evolved in libraries. And then also they gave me the great idea of interviewing a librarian from, you know, a bigger branch versus interviewing one from a smaller branch, to maybe compare what kind of sounds they deal with on a daily basis. So I think probably a panel, but with some guest speakers as well.
All right. Do we have any questions or prompts from other folks on the team, or anybody else? Anybody who can get their hands on a mic?
Yeah, Jason has a comment.
Yeah, I just want to say I so love this idea. It's so interesting. I can't wait to hear it. It would be really cool to bring in some of the sounds from those libraries that you're talking about, and maybe even bring them to your radio show, so that part of the radio show is you guys listening to stuff and talking about what you're hearing. So like you could bring them a whole bunch of video game sounds and play it for them, and ask them like, where do you think this was happening, you know, whatever, and then something like that. Yeah, so actually integrating, so there's a bit of a listening practice element to the conversation to some extent in relation to the environments that you're describing. So doing some soundscape audio in addition to the panel discussion episode, I think would be great.
I'll add to that as well, in that last year I was the researcher in residence here at Concordia's library, and my project was called Listening to the Library. So I'm very excited about this idea for the episode. And I would also say in that when I was doing that, it was amazing. Someone sent me, they were like, oh, do you know that you can listen to like recordings at the Bodleian Library of like just like different spaces and what it sounds like? But that also just, I will say that people will, like, there's so many different directions you could go, that I love that you're thinking of it as like very local, just imagining that panel. Like we can already imagine, like I feel like you can already imagine the episode and how it will flow, and just like sticking to what first spoke to you, because there is going to be so much that you could talk about. So I think it sounds fantastic to keep it like really local and focused on those particular spaces, while also gesturing to those larger questions. So yeah, I'm really excited about that. That's great.
Yeah, what a great idea. Any other questions from anyone online or in person?
Yeah,
Cole?
I just had a question. I've been thinking towards next year of maybe kind of pitching something, but one of the things I've been thinking about is like, if you're recording, like sounds from a particular place, like you might for a podcast like this of the library. Well, how, like, do you always have to record things on like as high quality kind of as possible, or can you do things like iPhone and then like clean them up in the podcast sort of process? Or what a
great question for Miranda.
my thoughts exactly.
Miranda's gonna turn on a new handheld
I'm
mic.
on-
Yes,
ooh,
yes.
that working. You guys can hear me? Good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you can get away with a lot. I'm gonna say you can get away with a lot. It doesn't have to be high quality all the time. It just breaks my heart a little bit when it's not. But if it comes down to like,
That was incredible. You could do whatever you want, Cole, but you'll hurt Miranda's feelings.
it's not the end of the world. And really what it comes down to is like, yeah, there's a lot of opportunities to get equipment. There's, from borrowing from libraries or even just, public or academic. But at the end of the day, it's like, I need a sound. And if it comes down to like, I need a sound and either I don't get it or I get it with my iPhone, go for the iPhone. Although I will say that iPhone microphones are actually quite good.
Yeah, okay.
Usually, and smartphones in general, they're much better than, say, a laptop mic that will automatically compress your audio while you're recording. So you don't, if you avoid the laptops and just go for like your phone mic, I'd say like 7-8 times out of 10, that's actually pretty decent. And that shouldn't act as a limiting factor to what you want to do or record or how you want to go about producing your podcast.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks so much.
I love that framing. iPhone mics are definitely better for, like they were designed to pick up voices speaking directly into them. So for ambient sound, if you can get your hands on like a Zoom portable recorder, it's gonna sound a lot better. And you probably can. Listen, I know where you can get one. But I really appreciate Miranda's framing too. Like, listen, there's best practices, but it's better to get the audio than to not get the audio.
Yeah, exactly. Michelle actually has a comment for this, but it's also perfect because Michelle, I think, will be the representative from the other group also reporting in. But we're first going to have a comment on, I think, sounds, and then we can maybe transition into the pitch.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Sorry to go back to our session from this morning, but are there rights issues with recording ambient sound? Like, do you have to go in the library and get permission? Assuming you're not getting voices, or like it's going to be very, fuzzy. Rights people?
And we have an answer from Annie Murray.
Or just a suggestion. Yeah. So like say Maya wants to go film at Edmonton Public Library. I would talk to their media relations person and say, I'd like to go to these branches and make some recordings. And I'd like to talk to these librarians if they're available. And then you say like, I want to record some stuff, but I wouldn't have anybody identified. Is that okay with you? And then they would work with the staff to make that okay. Like sometimes at the library, like cameras roll in and we're like, did anyone say yes to this? And it's like, yep, it's okay, fine. They're making a video about art or something. So sometimes they'll get people to sign, but I would just plan ahead, make it part of your plan. They'll probably say yes.
And to add to that too, that then the benefit is libraries can love it when people have made things about them. And so then, the library might want to distribute the podcast or, draw attention to it too. And, you could record without telling them, but, doing it builds that sort of community, knowing that you're listening to the space.
We often frame conversations about rights around that like community piece that like, even if you technically legally don't need them, it's always a good way to build a connection is to ask first. But certainly if you're out in the street and just recording soundscapes, nobody owns the street, man.
Sometimes actually the sounds from the space we're in get broadcast out into the streets. So just an added layer to the space and sounds we're in. I'm going to hand the mic over to Michelle to tell us about the pitch from the other group. And I should say the other group, there was like 3 pitches, but we'll start with this
Incredible.
one. And the other ones are also in good shape.
Okay, well, I mean, yes, there were 3 amazing ideas. I don't really want to speak for Dawn or Jason, but I mean, briefly, it sounds like Jason, you're already working on a pitch to do something about poetry memorization and recitation. that's kind of in process, which sounds wonderful. Don is sort of making his way through the BP nickel font and sort of trying to figure out what might work, right? Because he did some amazing podcast performances, and it's also his own collection. So we had some conversations about trying to figure out questions that came up earlier today as well, just about how tapes end up in various archives, what their history is, and how they were recorded, how they circulated, curated by the maker himself in this case. So I don't know if those are questions you're going to follow up, but there's a lot there. And my idea was it comes out of like a long obsession with audiobooks, literary audiobooks, and conversations I had years ago with Matt Rubery, who's also a collaborator on SpokenWeb, and he gave a lecture a few years ago. It's online, yeah. So he's done the history of the talking book, like the really history of the talking book. Jason mentioned that there was another scholar, Hav, who came a few years ago and talked about her more recent, like work on the more recent audiobook, digital audiobook. So I was sort of conceiving of one podcast as an interview, which is really just about the place of the audiobook in literary studies now. And I guess the analogy I gave was that we often, in the same way that we cite digital sources, but we don't cite the digital sources, we pretend we're citing. I wonder if it's the same thing with audiobooks, that audiobooks are kind of infiltrating our interpretations, our way of understanding literary works, but we're not really citing them, and we don't really have a vocabulary for understanding different kind of genres of the audiobook, and also exploring them as, key interpretations. And maybe we were talking about, they're obviously a different media, maybe a different genre, maybe a different format. So just trying to think through some of those questions. So it would be mostly an interview, hopefully with those two scholars. And we also thought we could bring in some of that panel aspect, maybe have select clips from a few audiobooks that are doing different things and discuss them.
Yeah, I love that. I love incorporating that sort of listening practice piece. I mean, I can tell it's a good episode pitch because I immediately, the same with the library pitch, I immediately am like, oh yeah, and you could also talk about, which is good, because the first thing that popped to mind was like, how much of our inability to cite and teach audiobooks is just Audible's death grip on the medium. And how that, books are like a really extensible medium still for all of their limitations. And audiobooks are like, how would you assign one? How would you cite one?
We were talking about that as maybe being a follow-up episode, if we want to go that far, just talking about audiobooks and teaching. And definitely Audible is a huge barrier and problem, but still Jason Gentry and I am sure many of us have taught audiobooks before with all these like, buy your Audible or get your free Audible subscription and cancel on this date. Like there's all these workarounds you have to do. Yeah.
And yeah, we were also, so I did bring up LibriVox, right, which is open source. And I actually assigned books from LibriVox in one of my courses once. And it was really fascinating because the students sort of became interested in particular readers. One student gave a talk on, it was just readings of a Jane Austen novel, but she had learned the day before that the reader, because it's a whole online community in LibriVox, right? And they chat with each other as well. That the reader whose reading she really liked the most, and she was talking about their oral interpretation of it, had passed away recently. And so when she came in to give her talk, she was like very, very affected by this. So it was really interesting about sort of LibriVox as more than just sort of listening to an audiobook, but actually engaging with readers who you can somehow connect with. So it's a different thing, but that's a free way to listen to books too. Although they're not professionals, right? They're doing it for free.
I mean, 2-part pitch, obviously.
It's been done before. Michelle, you did it. Also, I think that's so interesting talking about, I love the idea of doing a second one about teaching, because I'm even thinking about how if you get students reading different editions of books, they'll have different experiences reading. And then when you do audiobooks, right, if people find different versions of audiobooks and they've got different readers with different inflections and different, as Jason said, different interpretations, like oral interpretations of the way that things are being read, it does, it brings in maybe some elements of like teaching a book that you haven't really had to grapple with if you haven't taught an audiobook before. And I think that's really fascinating and could be a cool element of that episode.
Yeah, helping students and helping us kind of develop that vocabulary for close listening.
Like, how do you talk about it? How do you set that up for your students?
Yeah, I love that. Any other questions or thoughts on that second thrilling pitch? I know we're hit the end of our time, but I don't want to cut off if there were other thoughts.
And I think we do have another little slide. I'll just pop it up if you guys can still see it. It's just like questions if you're putting your pitch together. I don't know, Hannah, if you want to speak to that real quick.
You know what? Let's just skip to the last slide.
Actually, someone wanted to take a photo of it. I think, were you taking?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Let me
We
go
can
back.
also.
Oh, no.
We will also
We'll see it.
happily share the whole slide deck with you.
That sounds great. Oh yeah, because this will get us to all the things. Great.
That too. Can you guys see
Yeah.
it? Is this working?
Yeah, we can see that. Yeah, we can see it well.
Okay. I clicked something by accident. Not the thing I wanted. This thing? Is this what you wanted to take a picture of? We can. Yeah.
Somebody
we can
wanted to
share
take a
it.
picture.
Yeah,
of
that
it.
was. I'll let you know when we're ready. It's great because actually a lot of these questions came up in the group discussions too. So we're already thinking about this. This is a great checklist. Okay, thanks, Kate. Go for it with the next
Wonderful.
slide.
We can
Yeah.
also send out. We've got resources, so we've got a creator guide that kind of goes over a lot of what we've talked about today, in lots of detail with lots of helpful links. We've got resource lists and such. But this is our last slide here. Hannah, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Yeah. So we will send out a follow-up email that includes the slide deck and those links to our creator guides and other resources, and a sign up for season 4, because we are ready to start slotting episodes in for season 4. And so now we know we're going to have 2 episodes about audiobooks. We're going to have an episode about the sound of libraries. I understand there were additional pitches we didn't get a chance to hear, but I'm really excited to see those pitches coming in. And of course, if you have any follow-up questions, you can email spokenwebpodcast@gmail.com. Kate checks that email, which means somebody will actually answer you.
Hannah and Kate, this recording can actually be made available right away via ForceSpace as another way of disseminating that. Is that
incredible?
Good? Great. That's easy. Thank you.
Yep.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
All right.
Fantastic.
Amazing.
And I think I can just imagine all of the pitches that we talked about here in the room as episodes in season 4. So send in your pitches.
Send in your pitches. And thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks,
everyone.
Thank
This
you,
has been
Hannah and
lovely.
Kate. All right. Thanks to you both. We're going to log off here and we'll stay in touch.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
All right. Bye, all.
Hi, Cole. Oh.
Okay.
Hello. Are we good? Are we good to start? You can hear me, Tanya? You can.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. So it's time to start our next session. This is going to be a workshop, sort of an introduction, a reintroduction to AudioAnnotate. We have Tanya Clement joining us virtually from Texas, Austin, Texas. And we have Kayleigh Voss here in Montreal. Very glad she was able to make it. And so they'll be co-leading this workshop from 2 different places in the world. And we're happy to tune in, listen, and do whatever you tell us to do.
Great. Well, I will get us started first with an apology. I was also supposed to be there, and then out of the goodness of my heart, decided to celebrate a friend on Saturday night who woke up Sunday morning and tested positive for COVID. So instead of coming and spending time with you wonderful people and possibly getting stuck in Canada for the next 3 weeks, I decided to play it safe and do this virtually. But I am very, very disappointed not to be there in person. It is hot here in Texas, so we could use whatever rain you all have had, especially the better weather. So I'm going to share my screen and get us started. I want to thank Kayleigh I want to thank Jason and the whole SpokenWeb crew for all the support for this project and for all the work we've been able to do together. And then thank especially Kayleigh for being able to be there in person. I'm supposed to be sitting next to her. And all the wonderful work that she's been doing on the project this semester. So I'm going to get us started with a little background on AudioAnnotate. Let me share my screen. This is a useful page in the future if you are looking for, see if I can find my chat. I can share this link for those of you following along online, or perhaps you can see it and copy it down later. This is primarily the AudioAnnotate project. We started back in 2019, I think, is when we started, originally just with a kind of skeletal crew. Primary investigators with me working from the beginning of the project were Ben and Sarah Broomfield from the Broomfield Labs, as well as you can see here, Jason was on the advisory board. And our objective with the original project was there are lots and lots of audio and visual artifacts in libraries and archives, but we found them to be particularly inaccessible for scholarship, meaning that if you were to go by what John Unsworth calls scholarly primitives, we weren't able to do things like annotate, for example. So if you've ever taken a poetry class, a traditional poetry class, like this crew will be the exception, a traditional poetry class, you hand around your paper, your anthologized poem, or your sheet of paper, and you share and you talk and you annotate. That's a little more difficult to do if you have an audio recording that's either A, not, can't hand it around, or B, it is locked behind a reading room wall where you can't actually get to it at all. So what we wanted to do was take advantage of an existing framework called IIIF that was created for images. We're not going to get too deep into IIIF because that would take a couple of days. But IIIF allows archives and libraries to share images and to share them in such a way that third-party software can pull those images in and allow you to manipulate them in ways that perhaps the library or the archive software might not allow you to do. And I'm going to show you an example of that with audio in a second to make it seem a little bit less abstract. And so we did this initial project and we created documentation, et cetera. And that was funded by the American Council for Learned Societies. And then we went for a second round of funding, which we were calling the AW Project, which is essentially the AudioAnnotate Audiovisual Extensible Workflow Project. Now, with this project, we are working with a variety of partners. So I'm gonna scroll down this page just to show you who some of these partners are. They include Doug Boyd from the Nunn Center for Oral History and Special Collections. Doug and others created OHMS, which is the Oral History Metadata Synchronizer project, which was really useful in making more accessible oral histories, as well as SpokenWeb, the Woodbury Poetry Room at Harvard, the Library of Congress Digital Innovation Lab, Stephen Holloway, who works at James Madison University and works with Furious Flower Poetry Center, as well as Jim Kuhn from the Harry Ransom Center, and Steve Nairn, who's director of the Fortunoff Video Archive for Holocaust Testimonies at Yale. And our objective with this particular project that has been supported by this large cohort of team members, including Kayleigh, which includes the Bromfield Labs again, as well as Sean Avercamp and Bert Lyons from Aviary, the Aviary platform. Our objective with this particular project was to say, okay, through AudioAnnotate, and I'm going to show you examples in a second, we've created a means for people to annotate audiovisual objects and put them up in a GitHub repository, which is what I'm going to show you, and what Kayleigh's going to show you how to do. But this furtherance of the project was to also say, okay, if libraries are creating access to audiovisual materials through IIIF, which has a brand new AV standard, is it possible for the community at large to collaborate, create annotations, and then because we're using IIIF, for libraries to be able to harvest particular projects that they think they want to harvest into their own metadata structure. And the power behind that is, as we all know, cultural heritage institutions are under-resourced. They don't have a lot of staff to go around annotating all of their artifacts. And so it behooves them to have a mechanism by which they might be able to take advantage of community-based annotations. This might include transcriptions, this might include information about a particular audio file that, maybe the Cultural Heritage Institution didn't know from experts in the field, classroom exhibits, that kind of thing. So this second version of the project was meant to essentially say, okay, can we round trip working out, in the wild on these things and have them harvested or structured in such a way that they can be harvested in the context of a cultural heritage institution platform like Aviary. So we're going to show you a bunch of these examples. I'm going to show you some examples at first, and then Kayleigh's going to get a little bit more hands-on with how one can actually do that. So all of the examples for AudioAnnotate are on our page, which is where I started. And you can, if you want to read more, scholarship and things, those are listed here too, various articles that we've written. And also the links that you'll need in order to start up the application, as well as documentation and some other materials. But what I want to show you are some of the examples. Before I get too far, just a word, the development that we're doing, we're really trying to take advantage of software that is free and that people already use. So AudioAnnotate is really, it's called a workflow because it facilitates connecting things together. We're not developing all the things that we have not developed annotation software. We have not developed any way of storing audio or video. What we are facilitating is people's ability to create and to share and present and to collaborate on creating annotations for these cultural heritage projects. Let me show you an example. So one of my own examples is I work a lot with Anne Sexton's papers. They have some at the Ransom Center, and in particular, they have a class visit that she did to Sweetbriar College in 1966. So this audio file exists at the Ransom Center. The audio file is freely available online. Anybody can get it, but it doesn't actually have much information about the audio file. So I went through and created these annotations using Audacity. And using AudioAnnotate, I was able to upload them. AudioAnnotate because I have a GitHub repository, and Kayleigh's going to tell you about that in a second. I was able to create this project, or was able to present my own annotations in coordination with the audio file that the Ransom Center is already offering up. So this audio file doesn't live anywhere other than the Ransom Center. It's being pulled through a URL to this page, but it's linked up with my annotations by the timestamps over here on the left. So, and then I created these notes over here on the right. So if I click on this timestamp, it goes to that place in the audio file. Let me go further down so you can see it jump at the top. And that provides a means for me, a supposed expert in Anne Sexton, to create I guess you could call it a scholarly edition if you want, or a scholarly exhibit. Another example would be, which is a lot more complex, is this one by the Furious Flower Poetry Center. They have created a bunch of different annotations with background essays on the various audio files. All of this is facilitated by, they create the text elsewhere. We give them a form, they fill out the form, and essentially this project is built in GitHub. And the idea behind it being built in GitHub, and I'll show you what that looks like in a second on one of my own projects, is that it is outside of AudioAnnotate's purview. We don't have any control over it. It's your file. If you want to delete it later, you can. If we can't do anything from it from AudioAnnotate. We just create the directory structure. We help facilitate filling those files with this information, and help produce these static HTML pages that then live in GitHub. And so they're actually quite, and this is all done with Markdown. The creators, obviously this is a video example, same principle. If you click on certain timestamps,
this is not a point,
place,
nor icy art emotion. This is a narrative of my father's father.
Make it stop. And you can search on particular layers if you want. Like if I only want to see information about the speakers, I can do that. If I want to, let's see, what's a word that somebody says in here? Okay, I know somebody says update. I could search for a particular word. This is, it says update here. So it's searchable. And it just provides a simple interface for you to present annotations as well as organize them. So Furious Flower, these are the transcriptions that they've done for all of their interviews, and it's set up here in this nice kind of table of contents here on the left. This is facilitated by the AudioAnnotate infrastructure. Another example of a project was done by Kayleigh Workington. She was an undergraduate student. She was working with SpokenWeb last year. She has dual citizenship, actually. She's Canadian as well as American, so that was ideal. And in computer science and English. So she was the perfect student to work on this project. So what Kayleigh did was she was working with Brian McPhee, was doing some computational analysis on audio files and wanted to figure out why this automatic transcription software was messing up certain places on the file. So he asked Kayleigh to annotate what was happening on the file in various places so he could understand why the computational analysis or the automatic transcription was breaking in certain places. So she went through and created what she called the scent. She called it the scent metadata structure, which essentially stands for, I think it stands for, it's probably here. So the speaker layer is S, E is environment, T is technology. So if there's a noise in the technology, and then N, I believe, is just notes. And this is a metadata, these are note annotation types that she came up with. And what's fascinating about this is the Library of Congress liked it so much that they included it in their FAGI guidelines, which is the federal something for digitization guidelines initiative, which was really exciting. They said, well, that's a great way of identifying what's going on in an audio file. We're going to adopt that in FAGI. So that was a success story. Another example that I want to share with you, let me actually show you really quick. So here's another one that I did. This is in the Library of Congress. These are recordings from the Library of Congress of Zora Neale Hurston. I actually happen to include the original. So this is my version of this recording. This is what the original version looks like. It just looks like a regular played item. It's at the Library of Congress, the Florida Memory Project, the Library of Congress. And so I essentially use that URL, couple it with my own annotations, and then you have a much more robust representation of this particular item. The other thing that I can show you is what this looks like in my GitHub repository. Let's see. So this is a page that Kayleigh will show you in a second. But I want to show you kind of what it looks like from the back end in GitHub. So GitHub basically, once you've logged into GitHub and it's created your account, I'm going to the pretty one. I want the other one. I might just have to go to my GitHub account. Hold on. That's not what I want. See, this is what happens when you try and do these things. There used to be a, let's see. So because I used AudioAnnotate and it created this, and I created my Zora Neale Hurston. You can see both of these projects here. These are just repositories in GitHub. This is the Zora Neale Hurston one. And basically it looks like this behind the scenes. These are just regular directories in GitHub that AudioAnnotate has created. AudioAnnotate writes the structure to your GitHub account. But from here, you can go in there and modify the files. You can do whatever you want with them. You could preserve them. You could archive them away and put them on a disk. When the world explodes, you'd still have it, even if AudioAnnotate doesn't live through that, world catastrophic event, which is a terrible example. So I want to show you one more example, which we think is pretty exciting. Actually, two more examples. One really quick one is Kayleigh and Bethany created this entire, so at the Harry Ransom Center, they have a collection of John Beecher's recordings, and he recorded in the 1960s this incident that he calls the criminal syndicalism case. And essentially these were Black high school students who had been arrested because they were protesting during civil rights. And so this recording is an interview of these students after they've gotten out of their time in jail. It includes language that needs a lot of explanation for students who might listen to this file. It really is a file that is an audio file that needs a lot of context and information. And so Bethany and Kayleigh created this whole lesson plan around, for an instructor on how to introduce the file, on how to annotate and analyze the file, how to discuss it in groups. background on sensitive materials in the archive. And all of this is essentially much different than, this particular recording in the Ransom Center is just a file that you can play. There's literally no information about it. So last example, just to give you a sense of what we have going on here, and one of the benefits is this example also done by a student of Camille, which is a film that she found in the Internet Archive, so freely available. And this basically functions in the same way as the other examples I showed you. So she's calling this cast, and the cast shows up when I go there. What's additionally interesting about this, however, is that if you have a third-party tool that has nothing to do with us, if you have it installed in your browser called Hypothesis, you can actually annotate your annotations, or somebody out in the public could annotate your annotations. And you can imagine an environment where you have a classroom environment where students create a project, they annotate each other's projects, there's a conversation that basically happens online. And this is all facilitated by the fact that we use IIIF and a web standard that facilitates the construction of these pages, and so does Hypothesis. They also follow WC3 web annotation infrastructure, and that makes these two tools that have no development whatsoever to do with each other, it allows them to interoperate. So I'm gonna stop. This is sort of a lengthy introduction, but I want to give you a sense. We're really want to help people work with AudioAnnotate, to help people make these kinds of small projects with their audio and visual objects. And Kayleigh's going to also show you how we are taking advantage. One of our examples in this workshop is the one video that we could find on the internet that is SpokenWeb related, that Alberta has put up online using IIIF manifests. So we're really excited we were able to find an example where we're taking advantage of IIIF manifests. So I'm going to, without any further ado, I'm going to pass over the mic to Kayleigh, unless there are questions. Are there questions before we begin, or shall we just go?
We can go, I think.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen and pull up here. So, hi everybody, I'm Kayleigh. I work with Tanya at UT, and I'm gonna go into more of like the practical how to use AudioAnnotate stuff for you. So I'm gonna show you how to build a project in AudioAnnotate with audiovisual materials that we can find online. This material can come from digital archives, from libraries, museums, universities, basically anywhere, so long as we can either download the material, we can get a direct link to it online already, or we can access a IIIF manifest. So first, the easiest thing is if you already have a direct link, if it's posted online with a direct link. So right now, make this small. I'm on the Simon Fraser University websites, their access to memory website, and it has all of their digitized audio recordings pulled up. So I'll just open this first one and you will see, here's the audio player. There's no direct link that is displayed on this page, which is kind of misleading because you often can get to a direct link without having to take any other steps other than like, for example, here, if we just look at the HTML code, we'll be able to find the direct link to that audio file in here. So we can just Command or Control F and search for MP3 because it's an MP3 file. And then we'll be able to pull up something that looks like a URL. Here starts with HTTPS, but it ends with MP3, and that is the direct link to that audio file. The page that we were on. So that is a link that we could use to build an AudioAnnotate project. Sometimes you can also get to the same link kind of counterintuitively by hitting a download button, because about half the time you hit a download button, it just opens the audio file in a new tab. And then at this little this link up here is the same one that we found in the HTML. So this link would also work as an audio, to start an AudioAnnotate project. If we do not have that option to get to a direct link, you can also, we discovered recently that this works. This used to not work. Luckily it does now. You can download the material, or if it's something you've recorded yourself, maybe you just have in your personal collection and you have it on your computer. If you have the file itself, you will be able to get a direct link to it by uploading it into some platform. So for example, if you're pulling something off the web, this is University of Calgary. This is their digital collections, everything that's in audio. So I'll just open the first one here. Give it a second to open. Things are slow. There we go. Nope, okay. It doesn't want to open. Let's just hit download from here, I think. Okay, here we go. So they have a download option. We can pick, we'll just go with MP3, that's fine, and agree to the terms and conditions. Then we download it. And then we'll just have to upload it somewhere where we can get a direct link. So we have found recently that uploading into Box works. Once this is down, I'll go ahead and put it right back up. So I'll drop it into Box. Hopefully it plays. Oh, so Box is a file sharing platform that you might use. It's similar to Dropbox, similar to Google Drive. This one in particular is the only one that we have found actually provides you a direct link to the material that you put into it. So we haven't been able to do that on Google Drive. I don't think Dropbox will do it for you either. It should be free to use up to a certain storage capacity. And oftentimes your organization will have you'll be able to get access through them and you'll have more storage opportunities. So it's uploaded here, and if we hit share, and then we toggle this button, it creates a share link, but this link is not a direct link to the audio. This is a link to the Box page that is holding the audio. Instead, we have to go into link settings, and then down here, they actually do have a direct link, and this one will work through AudioAnnotate. You can see it ends with MP3. That's usually the signal that it's a direct link and that it'll work in AudioAnnotate. So that's an option if you have the audio downloaded on your own computer somewhere. You can do it that way. And then, like Tanya was talking about before, another way to import your audiovisual material is with a IIIF manifest. So it's not super common for the IIIF manifest to be just openly available to users, but it's always great to use it when it is, because like Tanya was saying, it's a standardized kind of language that you can use to talk about this file through different platforms and different websites, and it makes things a little bit easier to share and for people to work collaboratively. And it's a more data-rich way to pass around the material online. So we found this one here. It's a spoken web video from a poetry reading and discussion hosted at the University of Alberta. And it's actually shared with the Aviary platform, and we do work with Avia, like Tanya was saying earlier. So luckily, we have some common goals and interests, and they also want to make IIIF a little bit more available to people. So they've done that here, and if I click this link, it opens up the manifest. We don't need to do anything with this. We only need the link to it. So we would just copy this, and we'll be able to pull that into AudioAnnotate. So we're going to go ahead and practice with this video for this workshop, since it's spoken web material. So we have our audio chosen. We know how we'll get it into AudioAnnotate. The next step is to actually do our annotations, because AudioAnnotate is not a tool for making annotations. It's just for attaching annotations you've made previously to the audiovisual file that you're choosing, and then share it on one single web page together. And so that means you do have to make your annotations before you make your AudioAnnotate project. So there are a couple different options for how to do that. The first one is using Audacity, which some of you may have used before. It's a free software that you can download online, and it's for editing audio files. And you can use it to make annotations. We have directions for doing that in our documentation here. Basically, the method is that you do it through label tracks. So you'll add label tracks. They'll look something like this. And then you'll be able to download all the label tracks at one time as a TXT file. And that TXT file can be imported directly into AudioAnnotate. So that's an option, and it might be a good option for you if you're used to using Audacity or other audio editing software, because it's fairly easy to use if you're used to that kind of thing. But there's also a much more simple option, which is just to do a spreadsheet, which is what I'm going to show you today. So I have this link. I can drop it in the Zoom chat. I can find the chat. Yeah, there we go. So that's a link, and that will take you to this template. And this is a template to show you how to format and set up your annotations if you're using a spreadsheet. When you open the link, it should prompt you to save your own copy, which you should do so that we're not all using the same spreadsheet at the same time. And you can save that and use it later. The first tab gives you some instructions on how it's structured and how you're going to put your information in. And then the second tabs are available for you to start making your own annotations. This one's pre-populated with the transcript annotations for that video. So you're going to see 4 columns in the annotation tabs. The first one is for the start time, the second is for the end time, the third one's for the annotation itself. I can expand this a little bit so you can get a sense. And then the fourth one is for the layer. So there's 2 kinds of annotations that you can make, a point annotation or a range annotation. They're kind of self-explanatory. The point represents a single point in time in the audio. And so you would either put in only a start time, or you would put in the same start and end time in these 2 columns. And just note that this spreadsheet is set up to automatically convert your time that you enter as a timestamp into total seconds elapsed. So we'll automatically switch into one big number instead of the number separated by colons. And if you want to do a range annotation, you will have a distinct number in the start column from the one in the end column. So it represents a range of time in the audio file that you're working with. Then you just go ahead and put your annotation in the 3rd column, and then in the 4th, this is where you can assign a layer. So in here, everything's in the same layer, the transcript layer, but you can put as many layers in as you would like. It's just a way for you to organize the different types of annotations you're making. And like Tanya was saying, this is where Kayleigh inputs her scent. So like technology, environment, speaker, all of those things could go in here, and it helps you to just kind of like have a hierarchy of the annotations that you've made, but it is completely optional. So if you, for example, if I was going to input this one, I wouldn't necessarily need to have this layer, and I could leave it blank. If everything's transcript, there's no need to really say that. So that's that. Once you have filled out as many annotations as you want, you download the specific tab that you're working in. You can do either a TSV, a CSV, or an Excel spreadsheet format. I usually do a TSV, but it will accept all 3 formats. And I think that at this point, Tanya maybe is going to jump back in and try to walk us through a little bit of the process of making annotations. I think. If she's here. Maybe not. Maybe pause. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Hi, sorry, I can't find my Zoom. I was following along and now I can't find my Zoom screen. Hold on one sec. Maybe there it is. There it is. I think. It's not expanding. Sorry, hold on one sec. Kayleigh, I think my annotation example was coming after the manifest. I'm adding to the annotations that we did on the video manifest.
Yes. Okay. I can import the manifest first if that's.
Yeah, I think that probably makes more sense because then they can work from those annotations.
Okay, sure. So let me share again and pull this up. Okay, so I'll show you how to input that IIIF manifest that we pulled up earlier into AudioAnnotate, and then we can hop into making some additional annotations. So you'll need to go to the AudioAnnotate website, which I'm pulling up incognito so that it doesn't automatically sign me in. So it's audioannotate.brumfieldlabs.com. And the first thing you have to do is log in. You do this with a GitHub account. So let's see. Yeah, so it's going to ask you to sign in with your GitHub sign-in information. And then if you don't have an account, you'd have to create one here. The reason is because AudioAnnotate doesn't store anything at all. It just manipulates the information that you have in your GitHub repository. So it'll set up the repository for you, and then you'll just be able to use everything in there through the AudioAnnotate website. So let's see. Okay, so this is my projects page, which you can get to by clicking this up at the top. And these are all the projects that I've been working on. And I can edit any of them with the edit button, obviously, but for the purposes of this workshop, I will start a new project with the bottom down here at the end. And then this will open up a page where we enter some preliminary information, and everything that you're going to put in these fields will be sent to GitHub to set up your repository, which means that you will be able to edit it through GitHub later if you ever need to. So for title, we can go with SpokenWeb Workshop. You need a description. I'll just copy actually the one from here, the title, and copy that and use that. And then you need a project slug, and the project slug builds out the URL for your project. So you want it to be kind of short and sweet, and you want it to be separated by dashes instead of spaces. So for this one, we could do like SpokenWeb-workshop. That'll work, and we hit create project. And so right now it's building that GitHub repository for us. And if you happen to be doing this at the same time as I am, we might slow each other down with too many requests. But there we go. So we have our project started, and now we need to import the IIIF manifest, which we'll do with this middle button, import existing manifest. And then this is where we put that URL that we found earlier. So go back over there, here, copy this URL into AudioAnnotate and hit save. And there we go. So it has been imported into AudioAnnotate, and so that should be, it should be in. I know it's saying error, but I don't think it actually is error. But maybe it is. I think it's still building, hopefully.
Yeah, I think it says errored instead of building right now for some reason, but it just takes a minute. So maybe this is a good time for me to show them how to do the additional annotations. Thank you, Kayleigh. So essentially there's two steps to this process, right? What you've just done, and you'll see it in a second once it builds, is it creates the page and it points to that file. So if you did nothing more, you'd have a page where you would have this playable audio item, or you'd have this playable video item, and there wouldn't be any annotations yet because you haven't added them. So what I'm going to do is Kayleigh has made accessible those through the template, the existing transcript annotation layers. And what I'm going to show you right now is what I've done with my copy of it. You can see up here, this is the copy that I opened up, and it created a copy in my GitHub, like Kayleigh showed you. And it's got, you know, our typical, it's got the headers that you saw before. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to augment this set of annotations. Now you might notice a couple of things. I wanted to do them, you can do them in arrays. The file that you were given basically just has the start times, which are over here on the left, and they were in order. They don't have to be in order. As the first thing I want to tell you, AudioAnnotate puts them in order when it creates the page. So when I went through and I didn't worry about where I was putting additional annotations, I called my additional annotations environment. So all the ones you see over here on my screen that say environment won't be on yours, because you just basically have the vanilla transcript that Kayleigh provided you with. But what I've done is said, okay, in the video, between seconds 5 and seconds 208, Professor Driscoll I've decided that it would be important for accessibility reasons to describe the video as a kind of caption for perhaps vision impaired people who want to be able to, so that you can create annotations that a web reading software might be able to use to describe to a visually impaired person what's happening in a video file. Like maybe that's an annotation that I want to add to this particular presentation. So what I've done here is I've said, you know, Professor O'Driscoll is wearing a gray or blue blazer over a pink button-down shirt. He's in a room with a bookshelf behind him. There are many books on the bookshelf as well as a ukulele. And so I've added that there, and I've given it a time range. You'll notice that the original ones, like I said, don't have a range. And in fact, I didn't put a range on this last one. If you don't put a range, it pretty much functions the same as if you do put a range. But in future iterations, we are going to use those ranges as a stop time so that you can pull things out based on a range, and it'll only play that snippet. And it's one of those things that's always useful to have more information. So what I've done is I've just added in this information. I didn't do it in any particular order. So you can see that, like I said, the things that I did are somewhat out of order over here in the terms of the seconds, but it generated, it basically generated the right thing, because in the next step, Kayleigh is going to show you on how to upload the annotations. I went ahead and uploaded my own annotations. So if I go to my projects, which might take a minute. And there's my sort of completed version of what I did. Whoops, that one doesn't seem to be working. Uh-oh, that one's not working for some reason. I'll upload them again. Oh no, I have to click on it. Sorry. It's been a long COVID day. So here's our video, and then you can see my added annotations are here. The ones that say environment are the ones that I added. And sure enough, if I click here.
I'd like now to introduce Dr. Uche Umazurika, Provost Postdoctoral Fellow at the University of Calgary, and our host for today's event. Uche is a dear friend and a cherished colleague whom many of you know as both an award-winning scholar. Amongst his many achievements, he was awarded the 2021 Nigeria Prize for Literary Criticism, and as a celebrated author of poetry, fiction, and children's books.
Sorry about that. Okay, so you can see that he is in fact wearing a blue or a gray blazer and a pink shirt, and there is a ukulele in the background. So that's just a basic example of how one could take, you know, this video that has this transcript, and let's say you want to add something more to it, you can create, or you can have students create, you know, additional projects around these artifacts that may or may not eventually make its way into this this sort of professional, official aviary platform. So since I'm not in the room and I can't really see it, I don't know how many people are actually playing along and doing this. If you guys want a few minutes to sort of set up your own projects in GitHub and fiddle around with these annotation files to generate your own project, or if people are just sitting and listening and watching.
I think people are mostly listening, so.
Do people have questions? Does anybody have any questions so far? Anything that sparks your interest or that you might want to use?
Not sure where it is. Oh.
Yeah, I've been thinking of use cases for us, right? You know, can you hear me, Tanya? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
And the file that you chose, which was maybe accessed from the archive of the present and then brought you back to Aviary at the University of Alberta. I'm not sure if that's where you grabbed the original file from. Made me think that this could be an interesting thing we could add to what we're calling the archive of the present, which is where we add our own videos of our own events, which are served up on YouTube and then delivered via website on our research site, you know, and for which we have very minimal information, like we basically just have like, you know, a paragraph or something. But it seems like that we could potentially, although we could potentially create more useful annotations for the content of the videos that we're serving up that look very much like the one that you used as an example. Those aren't served up through Aviary though, with IIIF manifest. They're served up just through YouTube. So two questions, I guess. One is, in those cases, we would use a different annotation tool. We wouldn't just import the IIIF manifest because we wouldn't have one, because YouTube doesn't give them, right?
Right.
I noticed sometimes on YouTube, there's like, people do offer annotations that help you navigate a file. Have you seen that? Like, is that built into YouTube? Like, how does that work, you know?
I think it is a function that you get as a creator on YouTube. When
Oh,
you're
really?
editing,
Okay.
you can set it up as part of like, basically as part of your caption to the video.
Right. So in a way, I'm just thinking of use case, like one possible use case for AudioAnnotate in relation to the presentation of our videos on our own site would be to offer that kind of functionality to our own site that is sometimes there for users of YouTube, right?
Yeah. I think that the only caveat is that YouTube makes it difficult. They don't really offer, I don't think we can pull in videos from YouTube, but we can pull in videos from Internet Archive, which is actually a more stable, like archival environment for those videos anyways.
Right.
And if you guys are the owners of the videos, you can post them wherever you could post them in both places, right?
Yeah.
But for some reason, and I forget why, I mean, we tested all the places where you could put a file because we were trying to figure out, you know, what's going to be the easiest for people. And Internet Archive works without fail. I'm 90% sure that YouTube didn't work. Do you recall, Kayleigh?
I have not tested YouTube myself, but I don't think it would work.
Yeah, because
That's because you wouldn't have access to a direct link for the
you
file?
wouldn't be able to get a direct link to the file. You would just be able to get a link to the YouTube page that holds the file, and that's not going to be good enough.
Right.
You can probably rip video from YouTube. You can download it. I don't think YouTube offers you a download option. I'm sure you could illegally figure it out.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, you wouldn't be able to use a YouTube provided link.
Okay, so as long as we're serving up those videos from YouTube exclusively, then that wouldn't work as a use case.
Right. But there may be, it's just as easy to upload them to the Internet Archive. And it may be something that you would want to do because I think there you also have more, ability to add in sort of more library-like metadata.
Yeah, exactly.
You definitely have better control over the file's like existence online.
Yeah.
YouTube, you don't have that much input.
No, it's true. And we do, I mean, for all those files, Selena's been doing those, right? And she, you can wave just so they, that's Selena. And there is basic metadata for each of those files. That's actually in Swallow. Like, so, you know, we could also add that metadata to Internet Archive if we decided to switch. So that's just one use case that immediately comes to mind as a kind of interesting addition to what we offer already on the website. You know?
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to add to, like, I think we could easily, we've used like different links before other than YouTube. So we could, like, in the future, just like, there's like the place where you add the link in the Swallow metadata. It could be any link. It could be YouTube. It could be an Internet Archive, and it wouldn't change the way the actual like archive of the present is structured as a website. So we could use, yeah, we could actually very easily. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, okay. I would like to know if after annotating two separate audios, then I would like to create a playlist that maybe takes sections from the two different audios, like, and combines them together in a single playlist, and I would like to share with some people. Like, how do I go about that? Is it possible?
It will be. So that was an example I forgot to show you. So let me show you that. And I feel like I planted you. You're like a great plant for what I didn't show you yet. So let me get this Zoom bar out of my face. What happened to my? Hold on. Let me find it without sharing. So one of the things that we're working on right now is an index. So that you can use certain keywords or snippets of files and show them all, snippets from different files and show them all on one page. I can show you an example of that in development, which I had up, but apparently closed. Okay, now I have it back up so I can reshare. So no one wants to see you looking for that kind of thing live. All right. So this is an example in development. Over here, you see these sort of indexes. So this one is, has just one example, but this for the spiking song. Essentially, what you would have here is if you had a project with multiple audio files in it, which is, you know, some of the examples that we showed you had. So for example, mine, is this one. I have 3 different audio files that you can get to, and maybe I want to collectively pull together a particular theme. This example is that. So these would be examples across the 3 different audio files, but on one page. And when you click on the item or the time, it takes you and will play that particular item.
My brother,
from
whom I loved so dearly.
From the various files. That's something that we're working on right now to facilitate. I think that answered your question, more or less.
It does. Do you have any idea when it's going to be done and available for everyone to use?
That particular part of the project, I think, will be done by the end of the summer.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
But you can, in the meantime, you can have multiple audio files on the same AudioAnnotate project and displaying on the same page. And they don't necessarily have to be, you know, they could be from multiple different places and have different content. We just don't have the index function running right now. So you won't be able to search across all of the audio files in the same project, but you can present them all in the same place.
Yeah, thank you.
I had another question. I'm just wondering, because in addition to doing the annotations, I know that there's the opportunity to integrate it with, like you were showing us, I think, some longer, like more essayistic presentation I'm just wondering if you have an example of how it's been used perhaps as an assignment in a course or something like that to develop a full presentation, of a piece of audio with like a kind of within an essay or something like that.
Yeah, so the one of the examples, let me share my screen again. So the example I showed you where, let me go back to here and here. So this example project is one of those. So these are different. This is a introductory context with different parts, and it's a lesson that is sequential. So you start with this particular lesson, introduction and overview, and you go through, and there's a lot of context that's written around it, as well as an example. Let's see, this is just an introductory page, but further on, you go to the second one, you get the actual clip with a small example of where there's sensitive language, and it takes you to this clip at the Ransom Center to show you what it looks like without any of the sensitive context. It's just a file in Mirador. And then on the third, actually, this is the first page. It's basically a whole lesson plan that they imagined people would go through. So this creates a project of sorts where they imagined teachers would take their students through this. There would be analysis and annotation in groups. They would, use this clip. And so each page is meant to be a, and here they describe how to use hypothesis in group work. So all of these are examples, many of these are examples of these projects in context. And, mine own is a very, very simple example of the same kind of thing. You have an introductory essay that talks about each of the files, gives background information about the files, and then, leads you to each one with additional information, essentially. And even on these pages, you could create text around the audio to supplement what it's presenting.
Thanks, Tanya. And I'm just looking through the site again, and I realized there also is that SpokenWeb Pedagogy Workshop documentation, which is a more generic kind of outline of how you would go about doing this step by step, right?
Yeah, yeah. Are there other questions? We imagine.
Michelle has one here, yeah.
Okay, great. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, how are you? Sorry you're not here.
I know, I'm so sad about it.
Yeah. So my question is really about the layers idea, and I'm sorry if I missed this, but I'm sort of seeing like the structure of AudioAnnotate as kind of a one-to-one, like you're annotating a single recording. So I guess my question is, are there ways to think about a page, let's say, or would it be multiple pages that are annotating different objects, whether they're audio objects or audio and print? Because one of the issues when we experimented with this, with one of the recordings we were working on for a podcast, was that there were other things we want, like other versions of that reading that we wanted to annotate.
Mm-hmm.
And just wondering how you think, because I mean, I sort of see it as you're annotating that particular recording, but let's say you had two recordings of the same thing. Is there a way to bring them together, or even one's a recording, one's a print version?
Yeah. Yes. So currently you can kind of do that by the this whole indexing development that we're hoping is going to be up by the end of the summer will allow you to do sort of thematic, presentations on the same page. Currently, you can add any object that you want to the page, including, images or links to other things or embedding other things. It just requires editing the markdown file that's in GitHub.
I can share an example too, if that would help.
Oh yeah, please do.
So like this is a page that I made, a project I made for a different workshop using audio at the Harry Ransom Center. So it's an interview that Alice Walker did with Mel Gusso, and there are multiple sides of the tape that are technically separate audio files. So you can see that like I have an introduction, and then you can go to the separate pages, and then up top you can add as much introductory material as you want. So if you did have a print version, that could go here on top of the audio, and you could have them side by side. You won't be able to have two audio files on the same page, but
yet
you can click. Yeah, not yet.
That's
but
coming.
You can click through over here through the menu and get to the different audio files.
But we do we are intending to facilitate multiple clips on the same page. And that will come out with that indexing thing that I showed you. Because basically you would associate those files by some aspect that is similar to both of them. So when you call them up on the page, they would know to be called up together.
And like even in your annotations, you have the option to do kind of like simple markdown or HTML code. So you can insert links. You can change the color of the text if you want to. You can make it bold or italic as much as you need to. So it's very flexible.
I guess just maybe related to that, are you sort of thinking about this as a publication platform? Because it sort of seems to be moving more towards that as opposed to like a research environment, or is it a bit of both? Because I think what we did with our AudioAnnotate was we linked out to it from the SpokenWeb page. But it seems like with this capacity, it could be like a publication platform on its own.
Yes, that's always what we intended it to be. So with the idea that sharing annotations, collaborating on that particular work requires an ability to be able to share it, right? What allows for, it isn't meant to be, but it could be, it's meant to be both. It could be a one and done, here's my presentation, boom, it's over, but it can also be an iterative, you present something, someone else adds more annotations, you modify it, you correct it. It allows for that as well. So in terms of it being a presentation environment, yes, it was always meant to be that, but it is also, by the very nature of how research works, it's also a research environment. It is not an analysis environment. Like it doesn't facilitate automatic annotations or computational analysis or that kind of thing. It is really meant to facilitate sharing and collaborating on annotations. So yeah, that's a good question.
Hey, so I guess in contrast to what you just said, I'm just wondering about the potential of using a layer for like very personal, annotations. Mm-hmm. So I could imagine, annotating a thing and having them so informal, just being like, some kind of shorthand that I would know how to use it. So that would be that would be the layering function. So you'd have like personal annotations versus transcriptions versus like bodily sounds or something.
Yeah.
And then it just wouldn't be a public record.
You can hide if you want to hide your GitHub repository so that the public doesn't see it, you can do that.
Okay.
The other thing that, because we're using IIIF, the other advantage is that IIIF has an authenticity standard entangled in it. And which means that if you're at a library where you have materials that are not broadly accessible, so they're only accessible to people who are on your particular network, for example, in your consortium, they'll be able to see your audio or video asset. Somebody outside of it might only see the annotations. They can't actually play the item. So for us, that was actually important, because what we find is that it seems like a lot of these materials are not used or shared or annotated because it's either an all-in, I think a lot of libraries and archives thinks you have to have perfect metadata and perfect transcripts in order to put them up online. Also, I mean, it shouldn't, imagine, so if you back in the days of records, you'd have liner notes, and you got a lot of information on, a record, even if you couldn't play it, by those liner notes. And that it facilitates some access to that object that might not have happened without that particular narrative. So again, this is really meant to be, like Michelle's question, it can function as, here's my pretty exhibit, or here's my, here's my project for this class on this particular audio file, but it can also be a means to an end. It could be a play space where you just want to see your annotations. I mean, for me, when I'm doing any work, there's a lot of written things that I do in order to, organize my thoughts, or I do a lot of really junky annotations in Audacity, for example, on the audio files that I'm working with. And I can't share that with anybody. I can't share that with a collaborator. I can't put it in a place where we both work on it. This would provide that kind of environment where you could close it down and just do it for yourself, or you could share it with somebody else. But it really is just meant to present and share your annotations.
Thank you.
Tanya, I asked Kayleigh to show us a little bit about the markdown side of things, just so we could see, how we would do some of those things that you were describing earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And remind me to ask a question about IIIF after she does that. I have one other question.
So when you're inside of AudioAnnotate and you access, so like this one that's showing up publicly here, the backend is here. I can go into edit, and you see you can add introductory material by modifying index.markdown. Markdown. When you click it, it pulls you into GitHub, and this is where you would put in all of the material that you want to show up. So I edited this, and it makes it look like this. And you can do that for any page inside of the project. So each audiovisual item uploads as a page, creates a page for it. And then when I go into these, I can go into their own Markdown and make edits there too. And you can also access this completely through GitHub side of things if you're just in GitHub and you go to here. So I have, these are all of my repositories. I don't have any non-AudioAnnotate repositories. If I did, they would also show up here. But then this is the same one I was just in, and I can click on it. It pulls up the directory. I go into pages, and it's the same thing. These are the same Markdown spaces where I can make edits and change how it looks.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just wondering, so you've done all the coding, right, for the web page?
All of this Markdown and HTML, yes, but that's just visual stuff. So you don't need to know any other coding knowledge is not necessary at all.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering, like to what extent you would need to train in.
It's like as much as you were able to customize your MySpace page, that's what you need to know to do this.
Got it, thanks.
It's very simple.
Yeah, that form that Kayleigh showed you at the beginning, that's all you need to do. And then AudioAnnotate creates those directories in GitHub. It does all the basic structure. It creates all the basic files. Yeah, and we use a theme. So it's a Jekyll theme, which anybody could get. And it's really, really basic. That's why all the projects that you see look really, really simple. But if you don't know any Markdown at all, you still can create this very simple project. If you do, you can go in and just like blow it up, and it'll still be represented by IIIF because those files have been created. And like Kayleigh was saying, it's just the pretty WYSIWYGs and the design of the page. The more you know, the more you can do with it. But we, like I said, we really wanted to make sure this was free, that it was sort of light in design. So it does this basic, as Kayleigh's showing you with Furious Flower, like it does these basic pages. They added in those images that you're seeing. And those are just links in Markdown. And you can put those, and those links to those images are not anything that AudioAnnotate owns. They made the links to those images themselves.
Related to this, do you think, and within the ethos of using sort of third parties or using tools that are in existence, is there a kind of Markdown editor that sort of works the way, say you're in WordPress or something and you want to, either do HTML or just use a more word processing like interface to do that? Is there one that you could create your Markdown somewhere else and then bring it in?
You definitely can. In my experience, GitHub is a really bad text editing tool. Like in here, it doesn't have any kind of automatic like structuring of the code that you write or anything like that. So it can be very aggravating to code directly in GitHub, but you can put it in GitHub. You just type it in here and like that's fine. But you can see already that like it's not gonna do it very nicely for me. Like it's not the easiest text editor, I think, but you can do it here, but you could use any text editor that you like to use and copy and paste it in. I like Sublime Text. It makes things easy to look at, but I don't think there's one that's better than any other. Did you want to ask a question about IIIF too?
Yeah, well, just Tanya mentioned earlier that IIIF AV seems to be a little more developed than it was even a few years ago. I don't know if that's what you were suggesting or not, but I just wanted to know if that's the case. I know it was sort of getting off the ground like around 2018 or so. Have there been changes that have impacted your project, or is it more just that they still added time to the formula?
Yeah, it's still a little, rough around the edges. They, and in part it's because the players seem to not be coming out as quickly as they could. So, what's the player? I can't remember what it's called. They're developing, there's a, what is it, like Omni World? What's it called? What's the player called? I can't remember what the player is called.
Universal Viewer.
Yes, thank you, Universal Viewer. I'm like, OmniView, what's it called? Yeah, Universal Viewer. They're doing more and more. I think, so part of our project is to create a player with Aviary. So Aviary is creating a player for this project that is going to be freely available, that one could choose instead of Universal Viewer. And I know that the people at Indiana University are also, the folks that work on Avalon, they're also working on a free player viewer. They're more interested in music, whereas Aviary is more, has more sort of oral histories and the kind of spoken word, projects that we've been working on. It's been a little bit rough. Like I'm actually co-chairing the IIIF AV working group with, and Ben and Sarah always show up. So we're in some ways driving this desire to get it locked down. The way that IIIF works, and part of the reason that this project is important is because IIIF comes up with a standard and then they basically want people to use it, but they don't have examples of people using it until people use it. So one of the things that we've been trying to do in this project is to say, okay, people in the world, if you create AAAF manifests, here's one way that people might use it. So we have gone back to the AAAF community and asked questions about authentication, about attribution with annotations, how that's represented in AAAF. So it's very much a moving development that can be, which sounds frustrating, but it's actually kind of exciting. Like for us, it was really exciting that the Library of Congress Kayleigh's scent structure is not, it's great and Kayleigh's brilliant, but it's not rocket science. And so that they were like, wow, that's great. We're going to fold that into our guidelines and give credit to Kayleigh. And it just goes to show you how this work is still quite nascent. It's working with AAAF hasn't been frustrating because we've been able to drive the ship. What is frustrating is that people don't see examples, so then they don't want to make examples. So we really just trying to get the world is sort of like, okay, guys, let's do this. What do annotations look like if they're not driven by transcriptions? Like what else can we do?
So, because doesn't AAAF work a lot through the development of, like, I think they called them cookbooks or whatever, like basically those are like more sophisticated user examples that also represent documentation on how to do something, right? That's
exactly.
What, if I recall, yeah. So have there been more cookbooks around AV stuff, or is that still, like you're saying, really nascent? And
So that is an excellent question. And we created a cookbook for poetry readings, actually. So if you go on there, the poetry reading cookbook is ours. So the cookbook, so how the cookbooks happen for everyone is that, people come up with examples of what a manifest would look like in particular circumstances. And what we found in going through the process of creating just this very simple poetry reading cookbook was that this AAAF group, before I joined it, looked at the example and they saw things in it. They said, oh, we hadn't thought about it that way. And so it sort of sat in this long reiteration of, as soon as we give the AAAF community an example that doesn't look like the one example that they created, then they have to sort of mull over the guidelines and either edit the guidelines or come up with an alternate example that does meet the guidelines if it isn't the one that someone has proposed as a cookbook. Does that make sense? So it is very much still conceptually, there are some things that are conceptually up in the air, and just like a lot of things, I think in DH, the conceptual framework can be driven by use. So if they see a use case that doesn't match the framework because they didn't conceive of this use case that they didn't know someone would have, then that impacts the development of what they're doing, and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So what the AAAF community really needs is more and more examples so that they have a more robust framework that would then be capacious enough to represent more examples.
Yeah, and I think because we're nearing our time, it's a good time to sort of talk about next steps for us and for Kayleigh for the coming year, because it seems like if we come up with a few projects, which could result in use cases, it might lead to, some pages of an eventual cookbook, right? If we could actually, really implement something. Like, for example, if for the Archive of the President, we decide to, start using Internet Archive, which makes a lot of sense to me, and beyond YouTube, and then start working on adding different kinds of annotations to the videos that we put up there. and we do that for a dozen videos or something like that, you know, then maybe we have kind of proof of concept for the use of IIIF AV. But I think one of the purposes of this workshop wasn't to get everyone sort of starting a project right away, but to get people to think about possible projects, because you know, it was available now to us, and we want to take advantage of that. And she knows how her way around AudioAnnotate. And so I think the first step is for us to really think about what might we want to try to do with it, and then to bring those ideas to Tanya and Kayleigh for us to you know, to see how possible they are and how we would go about doing them. Is that right, Tanya?
Yeah.
Another thing I wanted to share really quickly, because I don't think we mentioned it, related to IIIF is, so we imported, this is that video that we imported via IIIF, and so it links to the IIIF down here, which you can get to. But when you import something via a link, AudioAnnotate makes a manifest for it. So this is a manifest that was made for something I uploaded via a link. So we do also generate manifests.
Yes.
In addition to just using them when they're already out there.
Yeah,
yes.
And that's the only version, like that's the only way I've ever used it when I've been, you know, which is really cool. You create a IIIF AV manifest for your thing.
Yeah, so the other thing about that is if you create a project, let's say, I mean, University of Alberta right now is, because they're using Aviary, can create IIIF manifests for whatever objects they share. But if you're at a different university in the consortium, you may not be able to afford Aviary, but you can also create these manifests and by using AudioAnnotate and serving them. So
it's very exciting because U of A just did switch from Avalon, even though Avalon would have worked with this too, but to Aviary. And they're working on their rights management stuff now, which means a lot of the files from their collection may very soon be available through Aviary. I don't know about very soon, but may soon be available through Aviary. Yeah. Which means it'll be easy for them to play with, like the collections they're working with.
Yeah.
Also, we learned from Sean at lunch that Aviary isn't all that expensive, you know, so I'm wondering why more institutions aren't using it, you know.
Well, and that is, so we're ending the second year of our Mellon grant and anticipating asking for a bit more in order to create more examples of this. So Furious Flower just got a huge Mellon grant, and they want to keep working with us. And then there's, you know, obviously SpokenWeb. And so what next steps for me is to reach out to the different project leaders and say, you know, would you want to keep going in order to really drill down on this, in this, what are we calling this feedback loop, this iterative loop where you have people out in the world creating objects that because they are structured in something like IIIF can be harvested back into not only Aviary, but other Avalon or anybody that uses this structure should be able to harvest the data, you know, fairly easily. And so creating this loop was one of the initial concepts of the project, was to say, you know, libraries and archives with these AV materials, they're kind of closed off. You can play them, but you can't do anything with them. And so we're imagining that this loop opens up that ecosystem in a way.
Well, I see Sean has just arrived, and we've been talking about the significance of U of A's shift to Aviary because it produces IIIF manifests and how well that how interoperable that is with AudioAnnotate, actually, you know. So it seems to me like there may be some real potential there to think of projects, possibly even in a tri-council grant, you know, like around projects with certain collections at University of Alberta, or perhaps others as well. But the
more money we have, the more we can develop it based on what people want.
Yeah, exactly. And so this session has been recorded and will be made available today online. So some who weren't able to join at this hour will have a look at it as well, and we'll continue. But I guess the main point is the call is out for approaching Tanya and Kayleigh for projects for the coming year. And essentially all you need is an idea and a question, is this possible, to begin with, and then we could take it from there, right? Yeah. And I have a couple myself that I intend to talk to you about over the next day or so. So any last thoughts, Kayleigh or Tanya?
No, just to say thank you, and sorry I can't be there, but I'm happy to, if anybody wants to linger on Zoom or contact me later, or I was meant to be there, so I have nothing built up for the next couple of days.
Well, so let's all just thank Kayleigh and Tanya for this great session. We're going to take a little break, and Tanya, if you are feeling up to it, I know you might not be feeling 100%, but we're going to be moving in 15 minutes into just a kind of planning brainstorm discussion about developing the front end for
Sure.
Swallow. And, you know, I think you'd have a lot to contribute to that discussion if you're able to rejoin us in about 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, do I stay in this?
Yeah,
Zoom?
it's going to be on the same Zoom link. So you can just, you know, mute yourself for a little bit, take a break, and then we'll be back here in about 15 minutes.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Kayleigh.
Yeah, thank you, Kayleigh. Record we did a whole bunch of these records. Yeah, and we just cut them ourselves. Like, so we have a recording link. So we did this sound project, and let's see. Did that shit work? No, it's on. It's on. Oh, it's not plugged in? Oh yeah, it's not plugged in.
Well, there you have it. That'll do it.
I see it.
basis of a few minutes conversation. One says, time, I call on you. I call on you. I call on you. I call on you.
Using Vocom 1 at half my normal speaking rate.
But I've been trying to.
on the basis of a few minutes conversation. One says,
I call on you.
As you press the mute button, it'll turn green and then you're unmuted, then we can, like right now, I'm amplified in this space. And
I call
When you take the plastic, it's kind of and you put it on, like, kind of like record player, but it has a knife, and it cuts sound into it, and it like cuts it into the frame.
Oh, it's like a monoprint, but in sound. Cool.
produced using both COM1 at half my normal speaking rate.
whoever else is sitting next to you, you each have your own. Really don't fiddle with it. Just keep it on the entire time. It's not gonna pick up, you know. Same with that one. If you just keep unmuted the whole time, it's not gonna pick up your breathing or anything like that. It's just you're gonna stay unmuted unless you're gonna have like a coughing fit or something like that. But otherwise, you know, just leave them on and then go through it again. And then are you guys doing some screen sharing?
Just because I brought my computer, but it takes this special dongle, which I first had to do. Yeah. I'm already logged in, so we do. I'll just try it.
Oh, because if we have them, of course we can do it. So
Yeah, it's a Google.
it's just when I see folks with their computers in front of them, I automatically think they want to do their own screen share. This is my knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah, we will.
Reasonable reaction.
Is that okay? That's what we just did. Love it.
Would you like to?
It's not Jason.
If he's the third person, then yes. Okay. I didn't have a chance to look at the schedule yet, but
Yeah, we probably will have some interaction during this. This meeting is more of a discussion session. Yeah.
perfect. So
Oh, you get a little thing too. That's great. Yeah.
Okay, well that's perfect. So then we'll use this one for the audience because
We will need the audience.
Exactly.
The audience a lot.
We'll need the audience.
A lot.
So you'll want people to reshift their chairs towards you or
Yeah, I should absolutely do that.
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started in just a minute. If you could turn these chairs back towards Francisco, Tomas, and I. Yeah, grab a chair. For those of you in the corner over there, if you could come more to the middle, grab some chairs over here. We'd really appreciate that. And Tanya has joined us online too, which is great. Oh, I have to get our slides up though.
Me? No, it was just a like, no, it's really working.
All right, we're going to get started. So welcome to this last session of the first day of the SpokenWeb Institute. This is the moment I've all been waiting for, which is really to initiate in earnest the discussion of the development of the front end to Swallow. We spent 3 years thinking about engaging with, really imagining what data meant for the collections that, when we started the SpokenWeb research program, were kind of these mysterious entities to us because we didn't even know what we had for the most part. We began by getting them digitized, often by third parties, so we didn't really listen to them when they were being digitized. There are some exceptions. Karis digitized most of their own collections. I know at Concordia, we sent out 2 out of the 3 of the collections, the community collections that we've been working with, to Media Preserve to have digitized, which means we didn't listen to them when they were digitized. We listened to them once we got the digital files. It's the Words and Music collection that we actually did listen to, but that's because they were on mini disc, and then they were born digital, so those were easy to listen to already. But then we spent a good year, and then many years after, imagining what our metadata schema for describing these things would be. And trying to imagine what the use of that schema would be for future, searching and teaching and research. We spent, the first couple of years developing our own system called Swallow that Francisco and Tomas basically invented. And since then, we have close to 6,000 items cataloged in this system. And many of those items are also being integrated into and served up to varying degrees based on the rights questions that we talked about earlier this morning for actual listening publicly. And we're at a point now where we are ready to think about building kind of a public-facing interface for interaction with all of the metadata and the audio assets that we've been working with. So the question is, how? What do we want to do? I recall now fondly, before we even got the partnership grant, that we had several meetings where we had what we felt was a real debate about database versus repository. Remember those days, Annie? Okay. Yeah, portal versus repository. Yeah, we were even gonna make T-shirts with those words on them and have camps and stuff. So it was really a serious debate that we were having. I look back on that and it's like, wow, we were so naive to imagine repository was even a vague possibility. Because there's no way that we could centralize all of these materials in a single repository because of the complexity of the rights questions and holdings of those materials. So it's portal all the way, and really that's what we're talking about. Portal team 1. I started on repository team, but I quickly switched over, and yeah. And I don't even remember. I don't think I ever really was on repository team. But today's meeting is really to share some ideas and some structure, to provide some structure to a possible discussion for the planning of the development of a front end to Swallow. to share some information about a project that Tomas, Francisco, and I, and some really talented research assistants have been working on over the past year based on an insight development grant that I got, which is called the Archive of the Digital Present. I got to stop calling things archives of the present. But this was a project that was working on collecting data about literary events that have happened in Canada since the pandemic began in March 2020, and basically collecting as much data, information about such events that happened online or in person, but mostly online, and to curate that data and to present it through front-facing, a public-facing interface for searching and use. And we learned a lot, I think, about engaging in that project. A lot of things that we want to do, possibly. Some things maybe we don't want to do. And so we'll use that project a little bit as a prompt for some of the discussion. I just wanted to show you the original sort of description that I wrote out, basically from notes from a meeting that I had with Tomas and Francisco, where we're going to take a step back, consider what we've learned about the metadata that we've been cataloging, creating and cataloging, in cataloging our collections. So we really do want to think about the metadata. What are the fields that are most useful to us? Do we want all of these fields to be, available through our public-facing, site? But really sort of think about our metadata and then really think about what we want for our front-end public-facing interface. And so we'll talk a little bit about this pandemic period project, which is both about the pandemic period and was developed during the pandemic period. And we want to explore some key concepts that we'll also work on defining for the purpose of our brainstorming session. What requirements are we thinking about for our interface? What kind of faceting or search do we want to be able to do? What kind of browsing functionalities do we want? How will this front-end project relate to potential visualizations? In other words, do we want visualizations on the site itself? Do we want to be able to output our data for visualizations, and how would we want to be able to output that data? So those are the four categories that we started thinking about, but there may be others that will come up. That's all I really have to say to sort of launch the discussion, but I think I'll maybe turn things over to Tomas and Francisco to move us into the discussion, the actual discussion.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Jason. I want to emphasize that we do want this to be a discussion, not just kind of a presentation format. So the idea here is that we need a front end for this metadata, and we thought that this archive of the digital present was a good sort of a pilot project for doing that. It's reduced in complexity in the sense that there's many less fields, but nevertheless the same kind of design challenges appear there as well. Yeah, so this one. Okay. Oh, what's going on? Can you not go like this? There you go. Yeah. Okay. So we're really showing these slides as as an inspiration for the discussion. In terms of the main kind of sections of the front-end interface, we need some sort of obviously, or not obviously, but to me it seems self-evident that we need some sort of a landing page. And on the landing page, we're going to need to be able to search and browse and access the metadata through various access points. And for the archive of the digital present, we did also generate visualizations on the index page directly. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do that for the larger collection. And so that's one of the questions. So the way, and I'm showing you here some screenshots of what kind of we came up with. When I say we, it's a lot of this work was a lot of credit has to go to Alexandre Bustamante, who was a research assistant working on this project with us. And so we're gonna need some sort of a search facility, and we want to be able to facet the searching. And why is it that we want to have facets is, okay, so these slides I just did basically this morning, so maybe not in order, but this is just showing you one of the visualizations by time. This one shows connections between people and organizations. We'll go back to the facets. And this one shows a geographic map of places with markers showing where some of the events, where the marker size is dependent on the number of events that took place there. And so yeah, I mean, just to go back to that search and browse, those are the two main activities really that we'll be doing with the site. And so we need to sort of pick out, what are, to design what that results display will look like, what parts of the metadata, the very complex schema that we have, we would showcase in the results. And so here we have an example of how we solve that issue for the archive of the digital present. So, because of all of these events were online, we had these images or even access to the videos, online videos, so we could include that in the search results. We had the title, the name of the organization, some of the key contributors, creators. And again, like this question of facets. And what do I mean by, okay, we'll go back to the facets, but this would be an example of because that's kind of another screen that we have to design is really the individual record display. How do we do that? We have a very complex, again, very long list of fields. Here we solved that issue with expandable sort of categories that so for people, for the date, location.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
So
yeah, you can.
I just want to take us back through the slides that Tomas just showed us, actually, just to give you some context for this. Again, with the idea of it being a kind of inspiration for our discussion or prompt. I'm hearing a kind of hum. I'm not sure if it's, you got it? Okay. As Tomas said, it was Alexandre Bustamante who did these designs. And just to get a sense, you see it's very dark and it's in a particular style. And the interface for this was done with some serious UX sessions. So we had user groups, we did surveys, we gathered a lot of information from users in asking a whole bunch of questions. So it was a big UX project actually that led to this. I just want to explain what this looks like. I don't think this is what the front end to Swallow is going to look like at all. But this was a pandemic period collection, right? And the somberness, the darkness in a sense, design-wise was meant to capture to some extent the mood of the period that was being actually documented. So that's why it's like that. Even the 20, 21, 22, those years, Alexandre chose a style that he found was becoming very popular in web design just in this short period of time. And he kind of wanted it to age badly, so to speak. In other words, to actually be caught in that period of the pandemic. And so some of the design decisions were very much about the kinds of materials and the time period that we were documenting. So obviously those things won't be informing, you know, what we're imagining for our front end, but they were part of the discussion and part of the user group consultations that we did in thinking about what the design for this project would look like. The other things to mention, just to fill in some of what Tomas was saying, is that we use Swallow for our data. So we have now a pretty large team of students that Selena is actually leading in inputting, continuing to input data about pandemic period literary events with a crosswalk that we did with Swallow, but with a much more limited set of fields. So we chose 12 fields from Swallow, and that's what we're, or 12 or 14, I can't remember. I mean, still, it sounds like a lot, but it's much less than Swallow as a whole, obviously. And so all of this data, part of the whole project was about using Swallow as the source for the data that we'd be delivering to our site. So that's why it's a really good kind of test or beta test for what we want to do. And so this data that you're seeing here and the data for the visualizations as well is coming directly from Swallow. So this is all data that's in Swallow being pulled. And then, you know, we decided to do these 3 visualization projects, which were individual projects, each of them. They're pretty sophisticated things to do that Sukesh right here is responsible for. So I think we should give him a little hand before we proceed, you know, because it's pretty amazing work that he did. So the data from this period is going to be delivered with these visualizations available from the landing page. Yeah, I mean, I could say, I don't want to spend too much time on it because it's not the main point of this, but it's essentially taking data, and we chose, okay, which were the names that appear the most in all of the data events that we have, and what are their connections to organizations that have organized the event. So 2 of the most important fields that we felt, apart from date, time, were names of people and names of organizations who were involved in actually putting on events. And so if I'm not mistaken, that's one of the things that's being represented here.
It shows you that some of the people, because it includes a lot of filtering, because you obviously can't list all the people. So it's really the people who are the most active, who appeared in the most events, and the names of some of those events.
Yeah.
And what's for that specific visualization, what's visually nice about it is that the edges are bundled by organization name. So it kind of creates a nicer graphic.
Yeah, well, it's very much, it's a good observation, and it is definitely connected to some of the same kinds of motives, right, of finding connections. But the main point, yeah, and so this slide, I guess, it is coming from Swallow, and sort of gives the map of how the data is being converted.
Yeah, so this is really, I think, it shows you that, you know, this question of the data, how are we visualizing the data, it speaks to the interface as well, in the sense of, you know, what are really the requirements for the front end to Swallow itself. You know, because making a data visualization does require a lot of data transformation. It's really part and parcel of that, of visualizing data. It is really like to transform it into, you know, whether it's that condigram spiral is, you're essentially creating new data sets that count, then, you know, by date, how many events took place on each date. So then the question becomes, on the actual front end to Swallow, how much of this data processing do you want? Do you imagine that this front end will do for you? And how much is it that you just want, there is the expectation that you just want access to the data?
So what I'm hearing is that the visualization, like search function, wondering if in terms of designing it, do you do any ideas about ways in which visualization can facilitate search and browsing? So some of it's quite beautiful, but one of the things I think about is how can you help them to cut across those categories in ways that will inspire research, which will allow them to comprehend the vastness.
Yeah, so I have a pretty good answer to that for the ADP in the sense that all of those in the visualization itself, they're interactive and they lead back to search results and browse results. And so by clicking on a specific bar on the gram, you will be brought to the search results page for that date. Or by clicking on a specific name on the connections visualization, you would be then taken to the search results for that person or that organization. And similarly for place. And so, yeah.
Oh, yeah, please do. Let's use the mic for sure. And so like, just to continue with what Tomas was saying, it's sort of like the visualizations are almost like an aerial view to some extent, right? Of the data. In the case of that connection sort of web visualization, it's really only a small portion of all of the names that are in the database, right? For the spiral timeline, again, it's just an overview of like what happens on any given day. But when you click on it, essentially that's when you're getting to a page that's more like this. So it's kind of like one way of doing a search without typing. It's just sort of looking at something. I'm not sure that we want any of that, to be honest, for the front end to swallow. I think that we might just want a much more straightforward search, browse, like, without these visualizations guiding us. We did it for this project because we felt we wanted this site to be as much an affective engagement with the period and data as just something very practical for searching. Sorry, Felicity.
Now I feel like I have to like rephrase question. But okay, so anecdotally, when Tomas and I work together on stuff like this, I'm like, well, make the visualization, and then I want to like figure out my questions on what they are when I look at the visualization. And he's like, well, I can't make the visualization unless you tell me what the questions are that you want to ask. And I feel like we're having that conversation right now.
No, but we've already answered the question, like what are our questions to some extent in developing our metadata schema? Like we have all of our fields, we kind of maybe want to select from some of those fields. We might not want all of them. And that's where so it's more refining our decisions, I think, than having to start from scratch in any real way.
No, but it's not about starting from scratch. Like I think but the conversation, it just, I was going to ask the question before. Okay, how do I go back? So I was going to ask whether, because then we had the discussion about whether the visualizations were going to be an entry point into the searching. And so the first question is like, what boxes do you put on the front page, and do you have an advanced search function? Like,
Yeah.
And then the second question is, if you want to give people like a visual searching option rather than a text-based searching option, how do you design the visual interface that's going to provide the search function, but it also necessarily is going to constrain whatever that search is? And how visible do you make those constraints when you present that visualization as the search interface? But then it sounded when you were talking with Mike that maybe you didn't want a visual interface, so the question is moot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for me to decide necessarily. It's just, I have ideas of what I think our requirements are, like, and some of them are super high level, right? Like, I'd like a system that will be able to interact with all of the different systems that are being used across our partners and more, like, so I want it to be a useful layer that will actually be able to somehow, add value to whatever metadata it has been inputted in the repository systems at our partner institutions, but maybe even add more, because we actually do have more metadata in Swallow than in some of the systems, like at SFU, for example. They didn't take all the fields. I wanted to be able to help us find those materials and be easily linked to assets that may be served up from those locations, right? So those are some basic requirements that I'd love this system to be able to use. I'd also like it to be sustainable, so that it exists beyond the next 3 years, right? And actually can be continued to be used, and so easily maintainable to some extent, right? And so, so I don't know if that means light, but I'd like the sort of, the stack to be such that, you know, we can rely on its components to be in existence, you know, and like, so those are some basic requirements. And the visualization part for me is part of the larger question of how we want to be able to search and interact with our data material. And so, I mean, the reason I was saying I don't know if we want visualizations is because I see the complexity that adds to a design, which for me is kind of potentially a trade-off with the sustainability desire, you know, like so.
If I might add something, so the way I see it, the way I see both questions is about what happens when you don't know what you're looking for. So you have this idea of a search box. A search box works very well if it's well implemented when you know what you're looking for. But what happens when you don't? If you see both questions, you say, oh, I want the visualization be interactive because the visualization is giving information to you, and then you want to that makes you curious, and then you want to learn more, and that will like sort of like trigger. So in a way, we could think about maybe visualization is a bit too higher level because it adds, like, to make a good visualization is a lot of work and it's a lot of data transformation to make it like look nice like that. But we can think in a more sustainable way of like sort of like a topic browsing kind of thing. We have a bunch of, because our data is so well structured that we can do, you know, like pick browse by, you know, and you have like 60 options to browse for. And I don't know visually how that could work, but it is kind of like the idea of like you can discover the things in different ways, and maybe you can like make you know, add these two things together and like kind of work with that sort of like as a browsing experience.
Hi. You know, like a random assortment kind of displays, right? Like if you try to emulate browsing, you just have like results that come out kind of in a random assortment, and then people can make like random associations the same way they would if they approached a shelf in a physical world. You can have like word clouds based on the frequency of word use and the free text fields, things like that. I mean, it'd be cool if you could build in the Sparkle queries somehow, if that was possible, because there will be people who have that capacity who end up using it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think like if we look into the future, like I think people would want to have that option for searching.
It's an excellent point, because then the question of who's using this is very important, and for what? Because we kind of like imagine this in particular was, the idea was that is want to be as accessible as possible. And their question is from the front is like, do we want like, does this like super like eye candy? I don't want to sound like very beautiful, very, you know, carefully, you know, visually appealing website. But that comes at a cost that is less flexible, is less powerful, is less, or do we want like more like a tool? We envision this being a tool for researchers to like get the data out and then do stuff with it. And I think that that's another, to me, a very key question also for this project.
And if I can follow up on that point, data visualizations are based on algorithms. Algorithms are built by people who have perspectives and outlooks and blind spots, and so they are not neutral. They are nuanced and they are biased, and I would like to see us be able to make the data available to as many people for as many different kinds of analyses as possible, as opposed to building something that may or may not be sustainable, that delivers our analyses of them. I think our analysis is valid, but it's certainly not the only one. I also like the idea of seeding some ideas, having some examples out there, but saying this is just an example. The data is, you know, a massive sea that is available for you to go diving in and discovering wonderful things. And this is just one example. I think, yes, we just, so as we were talking about some of the different ways that we could be discovering it. One of my favorite features in library catalogs are flipping all of the searches backwards. So searching by title instead of by author, searching by author instead of title, searching by date reversed, oldest first instead of newest first, and flipping these back and forth to be surfacing the unexpected. And again, maximum flexibility with the maximum sustainability. And final point I wanted to make was, yes, usability testing, absolutely. And let's expand it so that it's not only usability testing in Montreal, but that it is across the network.
Yeah, for sure. And actually the usability testing we did for the Archive of the Present was also beyond Montreal. Actually. We did it all on Zoom, a lot of it on Zoom, so it was quite easy to do that. And we involved not only scholars and students, but also literary practitioners and publishers, and like we tried to expand the constituencies who were involved, which was kind of interesting to hear the interest, that arose from that.
Yeah, so I would like to now also talk a bit more. I think this is a good segue to talk a bit more about not the Archive of the Digital Present, but what we have in the larger schema. Like I mentioned before, I keep going back to this idea of facets, which are these multi-dimensional. It's a way to index something in a multi-dimensional way rather than one single hierarchy. And so the idea here is going back to library theory from Raghunathan and from the 30s. But for the Archive of the Digital Present, we sort of came up with, well, I wanted to say, for this one, we have things like type of event, people, places, hosting platform, languages, date, and organizations as kind of, let's call them facets here, or at least either facets or just at least an index page where you could quickly jump in and search and browse in this way. Now, I mentioned Raghunathan, and he has these kind of 5 main types of facets. And I found it kind of useful to think about how that can be applied here to what we have. We've already mentioned space and time. So the dates that we have and the locations that we have. Personality is really kind of the idea of the core objects of the thing. And I think, oh, by the way, facets are usually on an interface, are usually functionality-wise represented on a side panel where you can sort of decide to search for any combination of the facets. So you could search for certain locations and types of events within those locations and dates, and kind of modify all these different dimensions of your search. And so for us, I think that this personality facet is really, I would suggest, is really a combination of these 2 categories that we have, which is genre and production context. Production context, there's only one, whereas the genre we can choose many. I would say that because material is actually one of the other types, and we have a lot of detailed information about material type. I'm not sure if we want them all available on the search interface. Yeah.
Yeah, Michelle's been waiting to ask a question for a while.
This is exactly what I want to talk about, and unfortunately I have very strong opinions about this, which are that, and I say this as a user of sites where data is locked down, right? And all the data that's been collected on, for example, like a library catalog, I'm thinking of something like the ESTC, is not searchable, and it's incredibly frustrating. And I feel like we've poured so much energy into collecting this data. So I just make a strong case, and I don't know how it affects sustainability, so I'm bracketing that. But I feel like you never know what people are going to want to know. And there may be things like, for example, I'm thinking about how we catalog the catalogers, right? That you might think, oh, well, we don't, who cares about that? Well, we might want to know. So there's things that we think we don't want to know. So I have this fight with my developers on another project all the time, because there's things like each record has a user ID, right? A unique key. And sometimes I want to search by that. And they're like, what? Nobody's ever going to want to search by the unique key. Yes, they are, because sometimes it's hard to find a record by a name, if it's a common name. So actually having that unique ID is the best way to search. So I just go from I go for a very maximal approach in terms of what you can search for, assuming you can do something like what you had there with the faceting. And then if you don't know what it is, you don't have to bother about it. And just to make a comment about the visualizations, I understand where you're coming from in terms of how that adds complexity and maybe detracts from sustainability. But I also think, and I think this is what Marjorie was saying, there's such a good way to provide other access points, and they're really important research tools. So I'm wondering if you could do something like you have a sunset date, right? Does that help with sustainability? Where you say 2 years from now, we're taking it out, or if it's not working, we're taking it out, right? So that it's sort of built into the not that you're going to sustain that forever. That makes sense?
Sustain, you mean a particular visualization?
Exactly.
Or,
Yeah,
right.
the data, I understand that interface is probably the primary, but some of the visualizations, I understand they change or they become less easy to support over time. But it would seem to me that we should have them for a few years if we can. Anyway, those are just my strong opinions.
This is a question about the fact that we're moving into this phase of the project that develops a public face and provides access to the materials and metadata we've been working on. But this is also phased in the sense that we're working on this, but we're also still continuing to develop collections, and we're also still having conversations about how to bring other people into collections. Do the decisions about things like visualization or the quantity of data, the number of fields that we're making use of, in any way need to account for the fact that this is still a growing collection? So if you create a visualization that draws on certain kinds of data, the visualization to be operable needs to be able to ingest new material and needs to expand with the growing collections across multiple institutions. And on top of that, if one of the long-term goals is to also start to bring in community partners, do we want to set up a system that requires multiple fields in order to facilitate searchability and visualization? And so the central question there is, one of the parts of our decision-making process, I think, needs to account for the fact that this is a growing collection. It's not a static collection. And we need to think about how our decisions might impact ingesting new material.
Yeah, so I mean, certainly Ranganathan would agree with the library as a growing organism idea. And I'm not so, I think all of the hard work around generating visualizations is about preparing the scripts that take data from Swallow and turn them into a format or a shape that is visualization sort of compatible. And that, once you have the script that does that, you could just rerun it. It doesn't necessarily create, it's really all the hard work is in creating that in the first place. And so adding,
even on the fly, you can do it once you have it.
Once you have it, it's so that there's not really any concern there. But there is a trade-off in the sense of and I appreciate what you're saying on the interface in terms of at some point. I mean, here you see I just picked out some of the let's say material and let's say energy type, which is kind of a process type, which things like playing speed, which there are many, and playback mode and things like that. And on the interface, it might get to feel visually overwhelming, But I take your point, and it should still be possible to search by all of those fields. So that's a really good thing.
What I'm getting the sense is there is a need for a visual query tool. I think that would allows you to like this has been mentioned here, like about, you know, for more advanced users to be able to query this thing however you want.
However, yeah.
Maybe it won't be like this is like a level to this. It's like the access interface, the more, say, like more basic. There is the raw data, and there's like this in between, more of like like there is a need, like it's for what I gather, like to having this sort of like querying tool that allows you to explore the data sets, you know, in different ways, right?
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think that one of the things we have to realize is that the production of metadata across the various fields is not consistent across the partnership. And so some institutions have collected some forms of data, other institutions have collected other forms of data. And for the system to function in those ways and be usefully comprehensive for a researcher, we have to, I think we need to stay more limited to the data types that we can all agree on will be present for each and every file. I feel a little bit differently than you, Michelle, about this, because I'm concerned about creating expectations for the people who work on producing the metadata that is going into the system, and also not recognizing the asymmetries of the production that's happened across the partnership. And so part of me thinks, you know, any individual institution can have all the metadata it wants associated with the material sitting in its repository, but maybe we shouldn't be expecting this public-facing thing to do more than provide a robust access point.
So, I want to pick up on a few things you were saying, Mike, in addition to what you just said, because I think it leads us also to, you know, questions of outputting data. So it's, you know, we could have all the data output and then, you know, can do stuff with it after. It doesn't mean the interface has to do everything, although I do like the idea of maximal as much as possible. I do think thinking to the future of what we're going to be using for this or this for, and what, you know, so coming back to your point about the significance of the fact that our data is still in process, right? Because I think it's a really interesting question. Even for our small project, like it's a 2-year data collection project, the assumptions of our data collection were challenged significantly, like, you know, 6 months in or something, when the data collectors said, like, oh, what do we do with, because my assumption, it was called Archive of the Digital Present, and the assumption was everything went online, right, during the pandemic. Because I was in Montreal and we were locked down, like we weren't allowed to leave our houses, right? You know, so there was nothing happening in person. And then, you know, some of the students who were collecting, as we reached out and found out about more organizations in Saskatchewan and other provinces, it was like, so are we not cataloging events that happened in person, you know, in this month and that month, you know, which would have been absolutely impossible in Montreal, but was happening elsewhere, right? And so that was a big shift in actually the data that we were collecting, and we had to add, you know, in-person events, you know, whereas initially the whole data set was supposed to be only, you know, online events, right? And then how do we represent? So I think there will inevitably be things, you know, blind spots that will arise, and that's why we continue to have discussions about our metadata. But we've had 3 years of metadata development and discussions about our metadata, so I'm pretty confident that our core, some of our core fields like that you're talking about are quite solid, right? Sorry, just the second point you made, which was about community, I think is a very important thing for us to be forward thinking about, because we may wish to make Swallow, you know, accessible in some ways to communities to create metadata for a limited number of fields. And we've talked before about like the buy-in to the project is, you know, bare minimum of fields, right? And these, we have to define what those fields are, but it may be we have to re-articulate what those are. But also in terms of the requirements of the interface, that we're realizing it's not only differential access to the AV materials, but in some cases, differential access to the metadata itself, right? In some cases, that we have to be able to control. And so I think one of the possible requirements for this interface is that we'll be able to, in a sense, block some metadata and not others, like selectively, keep some of the metadata from actually being public compared to others for certain ethical reasons or whatever. And that's something that we don't even have in Swallow really right now, right? Sorry, that was long, but I thought those 2 points had a lot connected with them.
Just a quick follow-up, which is to say that, I mean, one of the issues that we have is that, for example, like there's certain fields that different people have dealt with differently, like contents, right? So if you wanted to only include those collections that have contents, that excludes all of SFU, right? So I think that that's where it's, even though it's a data set that we've collected as a bunch of teams and we've really come together and trying to have shared understandings, there are still big differences and gaps. So it's partly also like if somebody came to this and they're like, I'm just searching contents, they're not going to find, let's say, anything from SFU. But it's not that SFU doesn't have recordings that might have those people. So I'm just thinking, in addition to the search interface and the visualizations and the browse, there's going to have to be discussion of some way of conveying to people the gaps and that they're deliberate gaps. Like it's not like that data doesn't exist. Well, it doesn't exist as data, right? It exists on the tapes, but that data hasn't been collected. So I guess I'm just very conscious of the fact that like there's going to be different fields that are filled differently because of resources and for a variety of reasons. And to me, it's important to convey so that people understand when they're searching, they're not searching like some perfect data set where everything is captured. If that makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Interestingly, the only place really where, in my kind of thinking about this, where the contents field came up was in the location, because space is one of those big assets of location, and so we have the venue name, and we could extract the city name from the address, but we can also, using Francisco's Wikidata, using DBpedia Spotlight, extract, for example, location names from the contents field, and to enrich that data set. And but I haven't really thought of how. I think that one is really difficult for me. I haven't really thought of what, at least in the sense of classifying the material, right, and kind of browsing, other than having an enormous search index that includes every single word that's in there. And I guess it becomes, if we do entity detection on the contents field for things like location or author names, then I guess it becomes a possibility to include that on the interface. But I haven't really seen an obvious way to include that without the entity detection on that field.
I think there were a couple of.
Yeah, there's a bunch of librarian thoughts over here. Okay, I just want to get super basic. I think I just came into this room with a couple of assumptions, so I'm just going to articulate the assumptions that I came into the room with. I assumed that there would be more than one search interface, and that one of the search interfaces would be the majority of the fields, and the user could free text search all of the fields with maybe a couple of restrictions because it's content that we don't want them to have access to because it's internal to the project, but that effectively they'd be able to do old school Boolean searching between multiple fields on a single page, which would satisfy the criteria of wanting to search every single field, but you'd have to search them separately. And maybe there's some fields that have multiple functions, so you can have one box that searches multiple fields that will show you location or something. I can't remember exactly how it's structured, but I assumed that there would be one page like that. Then I assumed that there would at least be one other page that was the core fields that pretty much everybody more or less filled in. And then, which are title, location, date, whatever. Again, can't remember the schema right now. but the core stuff that like the majority of people searching would look for. And then I also assumed that there would be like a free text box that would search every field. And you could just type whatever you wanted and it would search like the whole record and the whole database. And that's like the basic that would allow for like the expansion and growth of the collection, would respond to that, and would respond to a huge swath of the kinds of searching that people will want to do. And then everything else that we were talking about above and beyond that is like icing on the top layer of the cake. Like, so you had like the faceted searches that were up there. And if you just want to like go back to that slide. One more slide. Oh yeah, well no, those facets are important too. Like, cause that would let you, once you got like let's say you did a free text search for like Daphne Marlet or whatever, and you have like 1,000 results, then you could use those facets to like filter the results. That sounds awesome. And then next slide. This is presumably a drop-down menu from something that has restricted text entry. So what's cool about this is that if you click on it, you get a bunch of results, but like, how are you going to order those results? You're going to order them alphabetically or some kind of default ordering, but like maybe that could be where the random like generation comes from. So it's more like browsing. Anyway, so I just wanted to get like a yes on the basics. Like, are we doing basic searching or?
Well, for sure, there's going to be searching where you can input a word or a query and you'll get results.
Yeah.
The question really is about refining and filtering. And interface-wise, it is a challenge, so if you like, let's say something like genre, if I don't know what possible genres are, I won't know that I can query for that genre, right? Or even more difficult, which is what I was showing here, like something like extent or playing speed. I don't, and we have many different playing speeds with, fractions in them. I don't know what kind of a UI element, and what's nice about the faceting is I guess the assumption is you're not necessarily searching for 16 2/3. You're searching for something else, and then you can refine your search. You can filter down to only those recordings that are, quarter inch or whatever, using some sort of a facet filter.
Yeah, I just building on what Felicity's saying, I think I came in with some similar assumptions and questions. And this is just a quick yes or no. Can all fields be searched? Like, is that a resource intensive thing to make all fields searchable?
We're gonna ask Francisco on that question. It should be.
Okay, so if all fields can be searched, great. But also we want to provide some guided, like Dublin core level, like just some real softball kinds of things we know we'll want to know. Authors' names, dates, times, places, and maybe some version of genre. Those seem to like think that you could get a user into the spirit of the data that way. And then I was thinking, if you're making, if you're anticipating like a couple iterations of the public facing interface, maybe having the different task forces maybe define some user scenarios so that we can think of how browsing might look. So you could say like, high school teachers who do these speaking contests that Jason, that woman in Montreal who does that big project, say, okay, what kind of fields are teachers kind of interested in? What about university teachers? You could have like an acute information gathering session next year. And then what do information professionals? So maybe you could sort of have iterations of browsing that we could develop depending on our areas. I mean, we're not going to get it right the first time, I don't think. So maybe that's where the user testing is like how the browsing might be. And I think for visualizations, I can imagine some kind of standard ones that are becoming fairly standard, like a timeline or a map. Those seem to be easy ones to imagine and fairly doable with the amount of data you have. And then I wouldn't worry about the collections growing because the metadata fields aren't. So it's just the amount of entries about those that would grow. So I feel like we've got a stable framework skeleton, and that it's okay if it grows. In fact, it's great. But then maybe for community partners who may be really resource dependent or maybe resource limited, say, here are the big 10 you need to answer. These are the sort of some basic fields, and then everybody's makes them all searchable. I don't know.
Yeah, thanks, Annie. I think that makes so much sense, the idea of using task forces and other constituents to really think about browsing in particular. I was laughing about the Katherine Cormier-Larose is who you're referring to, and she's sort of the Francophone representative for poetry in voice, or poésie en voix, which is like this, you know, recitation program that high school, like over 300 high school teachers across the country use. If you look at their website, has anyone ever gone to their website, right? So if you think of what metadata is most important for them, it's authors' names, poem titles, and mood. They organize their poems by mood, because the kids choose, like, I'm going to do a happy poem or a sad poem, or, you know, so that's, yeah, well, they're all short on that site, but yeah. Yeah. But the softballs is a really good idea. And coming back, I wanted to come back to like Michelle's concern, is I think having these sort of core fields beyond these major searches where you can just sort of word search the entire database, you know, will probably not leave out, you know, anyone really. And then once you sort of drill down into particular entries, then you may find that some fields have more information than others, and that's just a result of how much data we were able to add, you know, and there's going to be a huge variation across those, you know. But I think it won't be too hard to control the expectation that every single field is going to be uniformly filled across the board, you know? But we'll have to make sure we do signal that, you know. Yeah.
But would you say that genre and production context is pretty consistently filled? It seems like that's one that's quite original to this collection. That really,
yeah, I think it is original. I think it won't be. We should be able to examine our metadata and really answer that question scientifically, right? So we can see which are the metadata fields that we have filled, and I do think that those would have been filled, for the, you know, across the border quite consistently. I think place, date, you know, the ones that Annie pointed out, you know, performer, author, not author so much as performer or whatever, you know, create, I think we call them, you know, creator, and we had debates about that. But date, time, place, and then genre, I think probably is, but I'd want to double check that before saying yes. You know? But I do think it also makes our collection unique. So I am, oh, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, just to say this is a really interesting conversation, because I think it's bringing us back to 2017 when we met, because I think deliberately you decided, like the decisions we made with the metadata were to be very flexible, allow for local context to kind of drive it. But then when you put everything together, it's messy, right? And it depends on your tolerance for that. And it mirrors a lot of things we deal with in libraries, right? If you have an institutional repository or a library catalog with different data sources, you can't make the search or the search functionality or the browsing overcome those. So it is a thing we'll have to talk about, is do we want to standardize, or, you know, does that kind of violate some of the principles of the project? But the other thing I was thinking, I wonder if there actually is a need for potentially multiple tools, and if we could articulate some of those needs, you know, through a process of some sort, like a requirements gathering process. That's a typical one where you prioritize, of course. And maybe what it reveals is, you know, do you really want just more of a minimal interface? That's where all the search interfaces go. And it kind of makes me a little sad, because then every interface looks the same, right? Like it's got the same facets on the left, it's got the same types of facets that are more controlled. These come from like usability design patterns, but I wonder, does the project want more to be bolder with it, right? Does it want to do more like Archive of the Digital Present, where it's the design drives a lot of decisions? So that's like I think a big point to decide. And yeah, and we're seeing different tolerances for minimalism versus maximalism. I could see an argument for very minimal, that it's like just to get, access the data, bring in one place. But I also I agree with Michelle's argument, like it's frustrating if you can't get into that data and do something with it, right? So maybe this is sort of a summarizing kind of comment, the kind of a comment summarizing a lot of the things, but I think going back to those first principles and kind of thinking of what are the principles that need to be maintained, and it might be things like sustainability, maintenance. There's going to be technical things, I think, that drive a lot of those decisions. Is it design? Is it, does it have a shelf life? Like, is it something that you're trying to do an experimental interface that might last a few years? So I think there's, going back to those principles, irrespective of the technologies, and then take another look at our data decisions, which, we've kept a very flexible, open, it's not a homogeneous collection, right? So a lot of the technical, the technology behind search are going to drive, they're going to artificially sort of bump things up, and we won't have a lot of control over that, right? So I think what Tomasz and Francisco are trying to get at is, are there other ways in, right, that you can kind of overcome that? Because it's a very standard information retrieval model that every search interface is based on, which is assuming you're searching for a known thing, right? So they're very good at, if I search for, this particular title of this recording, they're great at popping that up to the top, but they're not great at like what we call discovery or browsing through them, right? So I think there's, probably some, more like discussions like this are really interesting to kind of surface some of those initial things, but structuring some of the discussions to kind of pull those specific requirements out, like you did probably with the Archive of the Digital Present.
Yeah, thanks, Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. That was a great summary, and I do think it's possible in the spirit of that to find a way to accommodate the different expectations of things, and I'll look forward to seeing how that goes. I have a question, which is the archive, and it's not about facets and search functions. It's about outcomes, and when you think about the project, the Archive of the Digital Present is designed to produce a playback function. So someone in that system can play back material immediately because it's internal to the digital collection that it serves. But in this case, if it's functioning as Team Portal would have it, it's pointing outwards to other repositories that have their own access systems, where you need credentials in order to access those materials in some cases, and in other cases you might not. So have you thought about what's the end result of the searching for a user who encounters this?
Yeah, I can answer my version, and then I'll be interested to see how closely it matches Tomasz's answer. But the ADP project is actually, it's more of a directory, like, and maybe only 50% or less of those things are going to lead to playable recording. And so it's a directory to information more than anything. Like so, and I think we're kind of imagining this layer to function as a directory in a similar way. It's it's really pointing to things that are held across a whole wide range of places. The question that what I find interesting about your question is the ADP does lead to discoverable or point to discoverable sort of links of that original data, in some cases it's possible. And so the original idea for this layer for the front end of Swallow is similarly to point to hosted files, or where they may not be made available, but where at least there's some unique, source for that item, right? So it leads you there, and then you find out you can't play it. And we even have icons that show if there is audio or not, like on the ADP. But it may be in some cases that you wouldn't even have that unique point to, right? You just have a kind of general wall for that entire collection or something. I'm not sure that we thought about what we would do in that case. It would just lead to that wall. You'd have metadata saying, behind this wall, there's this thing, that we know about because we've cataloged it, but this is as close as you can get to it, and this is as close as we can bring you to it right now. That's what I'm imagining would be the case. Yeah.
Well, because what we want to make sure we do is signal there's stuff there, and it can be accessed if you go through this next step.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think it's important that we keep that inter-repository outcome profile in mind as we think about what we're driving people to through these search functions.
So yeah, that's a really good question. I don't remember exactly how we solved that issue, and there is I don't have a screenshot of it here, but yeah, we need to have some sort of a way to signal that there is audio or there isn't audio. I mean, like an audio file to play somewhere else. But obviously we can't have a play button on something that we're not able to play. Here we have.
You could see the little video, no video, right? Like there's a little icon there that says if there is. But I think in some cases, we'll have to think about if it leads you to some sort of general archive and there's no information about the status of that particular item, either that information would have had to been in Swallow in the first place, right? Or someone will know there's something here, but we'll have to follow up further with so we're going to try to point as closely as possible to the required information to take further steps to seek it out and find it.
Yeah, that sounds, so in Alberta's case, for example, we have a 3-tiered access system in mind where items are private, they're not available to anyone except for basically members of the team. Items are restricted, they can be accessed through a permissions system, and items that are public. And presumably, items that are public could be linked directly to something like this for playback purposes, but I'm not even sure about that, and Sean would know.
Yeah. That's the thing I wonder too, is how we'll get the actual content in, or if that's an end goal. Is it more of a discography or like more of a way to kind of point you towards places, or do you want to bring in an iframe or something, or like thinking about what Tanya's talked about, IIIF, and like there's all kinds of models out there, right? That you could think of, because I also think it's very frustrating for a user to go to one system, be brought somewhere else, be kicked to some permissions thing, and then like it kind of gives them the runaround. It's not like a nice user journey, right? Like you want to have it.
I think we'd like it to be playable within the search function if it is available and served up, and we'd have to figure out how to make that happen, right? I mean, I think
certainly YouTube makes it possible.
Yeah,
YouTube.
It's not.
Yeah, Tom, do you want to?
We've been talking about the searching within the platform and the different ways in which we can find information when we're already on Swallow. And I'm thinking about the degree to which that data will be accessible from outside of Swallow. So if someone Googles some of the information that might be on Swallow, like if we want some of that accessible, or basically like if people will be able to find Swallow, like an undergrad's writing a paper on, Margaret Atwood, and will they encounter Swallow happenstance?
Great question.
Yeah, so I would say that's why these index pages, I'm calling them index pages, are very useful, is in part for crawling, but obviously that's a really good, thank you for that point. I mean, whatever we build, it should be, we should keep in mind indexing by search engines like Google, because we want to, we can't just assume that everyone will go directly to our portal. And of course, that also speaks to the question of who is even accessing this data and for what reason, which is ultimately the big question, right? But I think at least my assumption is that we want this to be discoverable more generally when I type in, when I'm looking more generally for internet recordings or speeches and by a specific author, I kind of want Google to find this data.
Could Swallow be added to library catalogs as an open source database? Like, is that something, I haven't really seen that done. Usually you just see all the commercial databases, but just in terms of enhancing findability and the usability, like could we say to all of our libraries, here's a new database, you get it for free, right? Like put it on your search, your library search catalogs.
I think the front end.
Say that again?
The front end should.
That's what I mean, the front end.
Yeah, not the back end. Like,
No,
what we have
front
now.
end.
Okay, yeah.
Because I just don't normally see that being done in like DH projects, but I don't see why, especially in Canada, we shouldn't do that with this.
It's on our list of things to do now.
Sorry, no, I have a follow-up thought. I have a follow-up thought to that. So I know we were like Portal all the way. I'm gonna bring it back to the repositories.
I was originally on Team Repository.
So the reason I'm doing this is because there's a huge amount of effort going into technical infrastructure and data scraping across repositories. And eventually there will be eventually this data scraping will be integrated into all common library catalogs. So if we go through the repository route and somehow try to get this recognized for the data scraping by like the national layer, then it should just automatically pop up in everybody's library catalogs when they figure out how to attach it to Alma. There's a lot of acronyms, but that would be my suggestion for less labor.
Well, Alma's becoming hegemonic. And I thought of one more softball that you'd have to make really apparent is that originating institution, so that there would be really clear pointers back to the institutions and organizations. So just for sort of sheer demonstration of what your institution has contributed and so on. And then sort of like, yeah, I was thinking about how far can you get up to the main inner sanctum of the item, of the asset in the local institution, is having clear pointers to some not going to change URL for that institution's stuff. Yeah, I forgot that in the big one, but yeah.
No, I think that's, I mean, because actually I think Discogs is awesome, right? You know, like, and it doesn't lead you anywhere necessarily, right? But it tells you something exists, and as a researcher, it means you have to go find it because you know it exists somewhere, right? And that's already like huge because most of this stuff, no one knows it exists. So already it's like, it's very important. But the goal is to do more than that and to lead you as close as possible to where they can find it through our actual interface, you know? And yeah, and the institutions is our main way of doing that right now. Thank you. Thanks for all the softballs, Anna. Yeah. Are there closing questions like for us to sort of orient, because we're going to be coming back together and then sort of spending time mapping out a kind of process that we'll bring to the governing board and sort of talk a little bit about. We really want to involve the entire network as much as possible in this process, and especially, you know, like in the entire process, because we're going to need expertise and resources, and including developers, you know, who we may not have easily accessible at our own institution, and so we may need to develop a cross-network team for that, for certain parts of this, but also for the kind of user part of this project. And I think we probably can get it done in a semester, you know, before Christmas kind of thing. We've done some really well-structured exercises already with this last project, and we can bring some versions of those in different ways to this one, I think. Using the task forces is a really interesting idea, but we'll be thinking sort of other models for that. So I found this really useful. What about you, Tomasz?
Oh, I want to thank everyone, because there was some excellent ideas here, and it shows the breadth of the challenge in a way, you know, to think about indexing by search engines, the expertise level of the person who's interacting with the interface, the purpose of the search activity. Yeah, so thank you very much for the discussion. I appreciate it.
Before we go, I just wanted to come back to one thing and end with a question that I guess I forgot to ask, but the idea of multiple tools that Sean brought up, and some that are actually more kind of insane or crazy kinds of tools, like I think that's a really interesting idea. So it's possible we do build a more basic, kind of thing, but actually could imagine a kind of environment where the data is existing in ways that is more interesting to explore. Like, so that could be part of the project. I don't know. So I'm kind of intrigued by that idea, But also outputs, like I just wanted to ask that very basic question of like what of output formats, and if there are thoughts about that, because we do want to be able to output the data, how we want to be able to output the data, like, in parts or in whole, and also like what are the formats that seem the most important. Yeah. CSV? Yeah.
So I mean, there's some people that just want very simple, like data outputs, and I think we should probably cater to them. But sorry, I also just wanted to say this is the first time I've seen AVP, and it's incredible. So congratulations to all of you who worked on it, because it looks really, really beautiful. I know we're not talking about that right now, but couldn't help but seeing it.
Thanks, Michelle. Any other thoughts on output? CSV? Is that? All right, well, we'll come back and ask that question again.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense for sure. Well, I want to thank Tomas and Francisco for really leading our thinking about all of these questions for a while, and everyone's input on this. And to be continued is all I can say. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, on the program next is to the pub if we want to go. I just wonder if people are feeling up to that, like, for a quick, pint on the terrace at the back of McGibbon's in the sun, or are we still too wiped out from last night? That's the question. Yeah. All right. To the pub, whoever wants to come.